Crystal? Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Test, test. Like, could you talk into that?
This is Felix. Yeah, good? Okay. Is that you, Crystal?
Yes, it is.
Great.
Good. Thanks.
All right. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call this work session to order. This is work session number 3 on the American Relief Plan and Town Hall later this evening. Let's go ahead and start with the roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Here.
And Ms. Salatel?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. For the queue, please use the OnBase system, and then if you're on the phone, please text me and I'll add you into the queue. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So welcome everyone to our third work session, and later this evening, our second town hall regarding the COVID-19 relief funds from the American Rescue Plan. For today's work session, I'll be starting with a recap of the first two work sessions, then we'll be spending most of our time hearing from a variety of community groups and experts who will be sharing their thoughts with the Assembly. We will end our work session with a discussion on any new proposals members may have, any new details on previous proposals members shared, and any other general discussion. Today will be our last work session scheduled for some time until we see how the various federal programs roll out and until we see what the state decides to do with their $1 billion and until we get a gap analysis done. The meeting was held actually earlier this week to begin that work with the Budget Advisory Commission and Assembly aides. The expectation for today is to have a draft slate of proposed ideas for us to continue mulling over and get feedback from the community. As soon as the administration has received federal guidance and additional details from the U.S. Treasury, an appropriation resolution putting forward what I've been calling an initial allocation will be brought to this body, pulling from the list of ideas and thoughts shared in the previous work sessions. Now for a recap of our first two work sessions on March 19th and March 26th, before I begin, for members of the public, you can find the documents for these prior work sessions on the Assembly website at muni.org. Once at the Assembly website, go to the work sessions page and you'll be able to find the documents under the appropriate date. You can also find recordings of the meetings if you want to follow the discussions on the Assembly website. During the meeting of March 19th, the Assembly walked through their understanding of the current federal guidance, which was limited, and the various buckets in the American Rescue Plan. We also heard from administrators of some CARES Act programs, including the gift card, small business relief, cultural pillars, and nonprofit relief programs. We ended that meeting with a roundtable of some initial ideas members had regarding usage of this next round of COVID-19 relief funds. During the meeting of March 26th, we heard from a variety of community partners, much like we will do today, and heard some of their recommendations and ideas for usage of the funds, including funding entrepreneurship and innovation, funding outreach, and more. We ended that work session with a round of additional proposals from members before opening up the town hall portion of the evening. Ideas generated so far include funding waitlists for various CARES Act programs, shelter stabilization, funding for 9-Star, a Midtown Improvement District, eviction protection, downtown revitalization, cultural pillars, technical assistance funding, worker training, technical support funding, Team Alaska, Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, Little Bears Daycare, community summer camps, commercial property tax relief, personal property tax relief, senior housing, bridge replacement, fire station remodel, and more. So with that, let's go ahead and get to the meat of our meeting today. We'll be hearing from a variety of community partners. First, we're going to start with Mr. John Bittner. So if we can go ahead and his presentation, please. It's the Alaska Small Business Development Center presentation. So if you can press the yellow button, that'll turn on the mic. Bingo.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me here today. Happy to be here, answer any questions you may have. I've got a lot of slides. I don't expect to do a very deep dive on them. I know you have a lot of people behind me waiting to talk, so I'm going to try to go through a lot of information in a very fast period of time. I'm not sure if you'd prefer if people have questions, if they stop me during or after, but whatever the norm is would be great. My name is John Bittner. I'm the Executive Director of the Small Business Development Center here in Alaska. We have 8 locations across the state, staff of roughly 30 or so folks, spread out over Anchorage, Juneau, Mat-Su, Fairbanks, Soldotna, Ketchikan, Seward, and, or I'm sorry, not Seward yet, Ketchikan, Homer, and a roving rural advisor. We work with about 2,000 businesses directly through one-on-one advising and another 3,000 or so through trainings and workshops. So we deal with a lot of on-the-ground small business issues on a day-to-day basis, and of course over the last year we've had an even more heavy workload, a lot more need from our clients in terms of just trying to stay open and weather this storm. We are a program within the University of Alaska Anchorage's Business Enterprise Institute. We're funded in part through the Small Business Administration, the state of Alaska, various local governments, other grant funding, et cetera. Can I go to the next slide, please? Here we go. So to start off with, I kind of want to give you a feel for where we're at in terms of the impact this has had currently. So the last year, 2020, was extremely disruptive. It was difficult. It was very confusing, quite frankly, for businesses. And we've seen that sort of slow down a little bit as we head into 2021. Vaccinations are ramping up. Restrictions are starting to be eased. Businesses are starting to not get back to normal per se, but it's definitely in a better place. What we are seeing is there's still some residual effects on the individual level. So general unemployment rate statewide is up. It's actually closer to 7%. This data is about a month out of date. But there's about 24,000 fewer people employed statewide today than there were at the same time in 2020. There's also 12,000 fewer people employed here in Anchorage specifically. So we're still seeing a significant impact on our employment, even though there's been a lot of attempts, especially on the federal level, to sort of mitigate these job losses. What we're also seeing is individuals and families are feeling this impact. 62,000 of them report not having enough to eat. 31,000 renters, or 21% of all the renters in the state, are not caught up on their back rent. 179,000 Alaskans report having difficulty covering normal expenses. These are significant, but there's some federal programs that we're going to talk about here in a second that are attempting to mitigate these problems. So I don't want you to look at these as sort of intractable. There are a lot of programs and efforts to try and address these, but the magnitude of how well that's going to work is still kind of up in the air. Last but not least, state and local government funding. This is something that has been building over the last year. Most of the initial relief funding was targeted primarily to businesses, nonprofits, individuals. In this round of funding, they also included another round of state and local government funding, but they made it much more flexible. And one of the reasons is, not just in Alaska, but statewide, we're seeing a real problem with budget deficits in terms of the ability to replace lost revenues, particularly in communities that relied heavily on tourism dollars for their revenues. So Anchorage is not in as bad a position as most other places. According to the Alaska Municipal League, about 40 communities across the state are facing a higher budget shortfall than they're going to be receiving through the ARPA. So that means that even though those funds can be used for revenue replacement, it's not going to cover enough of their budget losses for them not to have to cut jobs and programs, et cetera, in at least 40 communities. K2 did a great article about the situation in Ketchikan. They are by no means alone. So that's going to be a factor going forward. And the reason I bring it up is when the CARES funding was deployed on a local government level, it was very prescriptive. You couldn't use it for revenue replacement. So a lot of that funding was deployed to businesses, to housing programs, to healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. This time around, you're going to see much fewer of those dollars being deployed that way. It's largely going to be deployed in these areas more to cover these losses, which is a bit problematic. Next slide, please. And I want to just sort of give a feel for the magnitude of the federal response to this COVID-19 pandemic. When the CARES Act was passed back in March of 2020, it was the largest peacetime relief funding ever passed by US Congress. And it lasted all of 1 year until the American Rescue Plan Act was passed, and that now is the largest relief bill passed during peacetime by the US Congress. So these funds were sort of deployed over the last 12 months or so to stem just an unprecedented global, national, and local economic downturn. They not only funded existing programs like the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, like various housing programs, et cetera, they also created a swath of new programs like the Paycheck Protection Program, the EIDL Advance, the supplemental unemployment insurance, and a variety of individual payment programs as well. In the most recent bill, the American Rescue Plan Act and the Consolidated Appropriations Act passed in December, they also created very industry-specific programs, the Shuttered Venue Operator Grant and the Restaurant Relief Fund. Next slide, please. So where do these monies go? Well, the problem is a lot of them are still out there, right? So definitely the December Appropriations Bill and the American Relief Plan Act, those funds are either currently being deployed or have not even been opened up to be deployed yet. But the CARES funding, we have a really good feel for where this money went, at least when it comes to businesses and nonprofits. Anchorage received the lion's share of this funding. If you look at this wheel here, this is broken down by region: Anchorage, Fairbanks, Juneau, Mat-Su, Ketchikan, Kenai. But Anchorage got definitely more than a third of all the CARES Act funding. Their businesses, your businesses, got more than a third of all the funding that hit Alaska. The vast majority of the funding that came in was, of course, the Paycheck Protection Program. This is important because the majority of these funds were meant to be used to preserve jobs. It was a jobs program. So somewhere between 70 and 60% of the total amount that you received was meant to be used for payroll. Now, consider the volume of unemployed that we still had in the face of this, and that gives you a feel for the magnitude of the problem we were facing and how much worse it would have been without these funds. Second, here in Anchorage at least, was the EIDL, Economic Injury Disaster Loan. This is the SBA traditional loan program, followed by local relief grants and other efforts, and then the state's Alaska CARES program. And in most places, the PPP was definitely the lion's share of the funding, but the EIDL, Alaska CARES, and local programs, they sort of moved around a little bit in terms of impact and importance. All in for Anchorage, there were about 13,579 financial distributions. That's not necessarily 13,579 individual businesses, because some of them could have received multiple tranches of funding, but it is a significant portion. If we go to the next slide. This is the PPP funding that's broken down by industry and the number of jobs that the PPP funds were used for. This is statewide, not specific to Anchorage, but if you could read it, which I can see why you might not be able to, the one on the far left is actually healthcare. They received the most funding, although they didn't preserve the most jobs. They were actually second after accommodations and food services. This makes sense because healthcare is a major employer in the state and, of course, here in the city of Anchorage, and those jobs tend to be higher paying. So the PPP replacement of funds for those jobs, you end up getting a little bit more funding per job than you would in other industries. Construction, professional services and technical services, accommodation, food services, and retail all did very well in terms of the amount of funding they received and the amount of jobs preserved. All in, if you add these up, it's over 100,000 jobs over the course of Alaska. And the top 5 here, they're pretty much the same as they are on the national level, with one exception. Manufacturing actually played a much bigger role outside of the state than it did in the state. And that's just a reflection of the fact that we have fewer manufacturers up here. Next slide, please. So the second round PPP funding, this was created in the December Appropriations Bill. Those that went for the first Paycheck Protection Program successfully got it, are able to go back for a second draw. So far, 9,000 Alaskans have successfully applied for this. There was a total of about 13,000 that received PPP the first time around. So we still have a few left to go. Alaska actually was a very slow starter in this program, partly because in an attempt to open up the program and give sort of early access to underserved businesses and minority businesses, they had CDFIs, minority funding institutions, et cetera, as the only institutions who could process applications. The problem is, here in Alaska, the only qualifying entities we had were CDFIs, and none of them were prepared to process applications when this program launched. So we ended up missing out on about the first week to 10 days of applications, which put us a little bit behind. The good news is, now that they've let the financial institutions back into the application processing, the number of applications is processing very rapidly. I should take a moment here to just say, the partnership between the Small Business Administration and our local lenders has been fantastic. Across the board, every major bank and credit union in the state has stepped up, spent a significant amount of money, staff hours, training, et cetera, to make sure that Alaskan businesses got their applications processed quickly, efficiently, and effectively. And it really shows in the numbers that we're seeing. So it's an unprecedented partnership. between the federal government and the private sector, and it really showed in the powerful way that this was deployed on short notice. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because obviously all of you know better than I do where the community funding that you received through the CARES Act went. The reason I bring this up isn't to show you Anchorage's portion of it per se, it's to show it compared to these other regions. And there's two things that I want you to note here. One is, again, the CARES Act funding on the local level was much more prescriptive than the American Relief Plan Act. So you're going to see a lot of the same themes throughout all of these different programs. There's business grants, there's healthcare funding, there's housing initiatives, there's public safety initiatives, things along those lines. And while they're not all in the same proportions, basically everyone kind of spent this money in a very similar fashion. This time around, I think if we were to do this again after the American Relief Plan Act goes through, you're going to see a much wider deviation on how these funds were spent and where they went. Next slide, please. This is an attempt, obviously my, my data analysis skills are not why I was hired for the SBDC. This is kind of an attempt to show how the funds were deployed in pulses over time. So this graph doesn't actually include the Alaska CARES Act. That funding would show up, or the Alaska CARES funding. That funding would show up somewhere in the August-September range and would trend towards the end of the year to December. So what we had was, and this was completely unintentional, I believe, EIDL was the initial program that was operational. A lot of businesses got in there, got their initial pulse of funding. 3 months later, the PPP program came online. That funding was deployed rather rapidly over the 3 months following that. After that, you had the Alaska CARES program come online. Those funds were deployed. And then underneath it all, as sort of a weird little subcurrent, were all the local government funds. And one of the unintended consequences of this is instead of having one big pulse of funds at the beginning of the year when people were still trying to figure everything out and nobody knew what was happening or how long this was going to go, we were able to spread this billions and billions of dollars over a 12-month period until basically all of the business funding programs either ran out or ran out of applicants. And by the time we hit December, when things were starting to get desperate again, they passed another bill. So unintentionally, we were able to really use these delays and these sort of phased in and out of these programs to really ensure that the funding was consistent, although probably not as much as anybody would have wanted in any individual program. Next slide, please. So how is it deployed in Anchorage? This is an attempt for us to analyze Anchorage business license data versus the stimulus funds versus the location. So what you see here are the top 10 zip codes in Anchorage that received stimulus funds and the number of business licenses that are allocated to those areas. So as you can see, downtown 99503, which is I believe in the Midtown area, and 99518, which is also in the Midtownish area, they did very well in terms of the amount of CARES funding they got versus the number of businesses that were there. There's a variety of reasons this could be true. One, of course, is the types of industries that are there. Another is sort of the access these businesses had to these programs, the size of the businesses. There could be a lot of factors, but I did want to show that the distributions were not equal across all areas. If you look at Muldoon and the area south of O'Malley, those areas, the 995, I'm sorry, I can't read it off of this, but south of O'Malley and in the Muldoon area, the number of business licenses versus the amount of CARES funds they got is skewed in the other direction. Does this indicate that there's a problem? Not necessarily. There were other programs not analyzed here that could be a factor in these areas: child care funding programs, commercial fishing programs, housing development programs, things along those lines. So it just means that when it came to these particular PPP, EIDL, and Alaska CARES, these areas were a little underrepresented based on the data. Next slide, please. And this is a tabular visualization of that same data that I just showed you. And basically, I mean, you can see that some of the percentages are really sort of interesting. While the number of business licenses in each of these zip codes ranges in a pretty small area between 2,000 and 4,000, you look at the amount of money that each of them got, and they range from 26 million to 327 million. So the delta there is an order of magnitude higher than you would expect based on the sheer, just the per capita number of businesses. So there is something going on there but again, we're just starting to parse into this data and really get into sort of what we're looking at here. So I don't want you to read too much into this, but it is a factor when you're trying to determine what the needs are, where the additional funding you have should be deployed. I do think that geography, while it may or may not be a factor, should be looked at much closer to make sure that these funds are being distributed not just evenly across the state, but within the individual cities and municipalities. Next slide, please. So this is a similar analysis, business licenses versus stimulus dollars by industry. So this is an attempt to show if certain industries got a disproportionate amount of funds, either more or less than you would expect based on the number of businesses there. There are a lot of factors at play here, including the average workforce cost for employees in these various industries. Retail workers are not going to be making the same as healthcare workers. It's just the nature of the skills involved in the work itself. But you also want to factor in how many people work in these industries. Healthcare is one of the top employers in Anchorage. Professional, scientific, and technical services. Real estate, rental, and leasing. This one looks really out of whack, but in fact, I think that you'll find that these types of businesses per se we're actually leveraging other funds, more housing-related funds than the traditional business-related funds. So I don't necessarily think that that one is particularly concerning, but if you look at construction, if you look at arts and entertainment, and if you look at transportation and warehousing, there are some interesting sort of swings there that we need to probably look at more. When it comes to art, entertainment, and recreation, the good news is there are some programs coming online. The Shuttered Venue Operator Grant kind of opened this week. They opened and then they had to close again because the portal had some issues. But again, that's going to pump a lot of money into theaters, museums, live venues, things along those lines, and then that will be followed by restaurants and bars through the Restaurant Relief Fund. So some of this will work out in the wash, but this is another example of some data that you may want to look at just to see if the different industries are getting the varying amounts of funding that you would expect based on a variety of factors. Next slide, please. And again, this is a tabular version of that last slide. I wasn't sure what was going to be easier to visualize here, but if you wanted the gross numbers, again, there's an interesting skew in the terms of the number of business licenses. Here it's a lot higher. It's going from 54 to 4,600. And the skew of dollars is, again, also very, very wide, 3 million to, looks like 169 million on the high end. So there is some discrepancy, there's some disparity there, but there could be a lot of economic factors at play. So you're going to want to dig into the data deeper or ask me to, if you'd like, to sort of really understand what's happening there. Next slide, please. Oh, I should mention that those last two slides, that data does not include the EIDL loan data. It did up until this morning, and then my data analysts took one last look at it and realized there was something not quite right about the location data. So we pulled that information out. Once we get that sorted out, I'll put it back in there and resend it to the assembly. This is the last slide. We're in the home stretch, I promise. So we've talked about sort of where we are economically speaking. We've talked about where we are on an individual and family level. We've talked about the $5 trillion, well, the 3 and change that have been deployed mostly so far. All that's left really is to talk about the American Rescue Plan Act. I know that you've already covered this. There's a few things, a few factors that I think should be mentioned. One is there are quite a few programs specific to certain industries: housing, commercial fishing, childcare, live venues, museums and theaters, restaurants and bars, as well as additional funding for the PPP, the EIDL, and the EIDL Advanced program. So what this means is most of this funding is still, being deployed, and in the case of the new programs, relatively, slowly. It takes a while to spin these things up. So there is a massive pulse of funding that is going to hit nationwide and hit Alaska sort of over the next few months. And that is what's making, I believe, prognostication on who needs help the most, where the help would be best used, what's the best, highest use of any funds, flexible funding that you have. I think that's largely driving the difficulty there. We don't know. We don't know what the tourism situation is going to be. The governor just announced that part of the funding that they're receiving through the state is going to be focused on a tourism industry support package. It's going to include marketing. It's going to include direct funding, right? What's the state going to do with the $1 billion+ they get? That's going to be a factor as well. So there's a lot of different aspects of the funding that's coming, the funding that's here, and the funding that is sort of in your pockets, in your accounts right now, that I think it's a little different situation than it was when we were dealing with the CARES funding. With CARES in 2020, I mean, not to put too histrionic a point on it, but everything was on fire. It was an unprecedented disaster on every level, economically, healthcare, individually. It was a catastrophe. And you just could not get funding out fast enough to try and stop what was happening. Even in the face of billions of dollars of unexpected federal dollars flowing into businesses, flowing into nonprofits, flowing into state and local governments, we still are faced with a massive number of unemployed Alaskans, an unusual number. Tens of thousands of Alaskans still don't have their job. Even though the vaccination rates are going up, even though the economic trends are getting better, we're still facing a lot of difficulties. What we're seeing now is, as things ease, we have a little more breathing room. The important thing this time around, I believe, is not to do it quickly and not to do it broadly, but to do it very, very intelligently, impactfully. Make sure that you spend it correctly as opposed to just getting it on the street rapidly. And there are quite a few people behind me that are probably desperately waiting for me to shut up so that they can tell you in a much better sense how exactly that intelligent spending should go. But I do believe that this time around, it's more about making sure that you are closing gaps that we don't know exist yet, making sure that you're shoring up systems that we don't know are broken yet, and making sure that we at least put some of this funding towards a future growth for the city and our economy and our individuals. Because I don't think we're going to get another bite at this apple. I don't believe that there's going to be another tranche of federal funding. And the fact that you can spread this out over a much longer period of time than the CARES funding, I believe 2025, I'm not suggesting you wait that long, but there's more breathing room here. So I think that's, if you take one thing away other than the fact that I really shouldn't be allowed to do my own PowerPoints, it would be that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I have a few questions for you. I'm going to start with Ms. Allard.
I'm over here. Thank you so much for your presentation. One of the questions I have, I was looking at Chugach Eagle River, and I'm curious, was it that the businesses didn't qualify, or was there a lack of businesses that actually applied? Because it seems disproportionate, and I'm trying to figure out a way this time that each district could potentially be divided up equally based on a lottery system, so everybody's districts get funds rather than disproportionately certain businesses and certain districts get more than others.
You're absolutely right. At least one of the two zip codes in Chugach Eagle River was definitely very out of whack when it came to the number of business licenses and funding. It's hard to say what drove that. I mean, in some cases, I believe that it probably is some eligibility issues, but to be honest, I mean, there's plenty of businesses out there that should have been eligible for at least one of the programs, especially the Alaska CARES program. The restrictions on that were much, much easier, at least towards the end of the program. So there's no reason why most of the businesses there shouldn't have been able to get that funding. We don't have a good explanation, honestly, but the one thing that I can tell you is a part and parcel of the American Relief Plan Act is a program called Community Navigators, and it's $100 million that's going to be distributed to nonprofits, local governments, organizations like myself, in order to help people get more access to technical assistance on a local, state, and federal level. So I think that's also another opportunity there, especially for organizations in your region.
Chair, can I just do a quick follow-up? Is it possible that the message needs to get out there better? Is there something we can do to have that happen with?
It certainly couldn't hurt.
Okay.
Now we've, my organization and a lot of the organizations here, we've been shouting from the rooftops every time we get it, but it's interesting, in Alaska, there's also a bit of a difficulty in getting people onto the right digital sources, getting them to the right areas. Some people, we ran into a lot of problems with folks just trying to use the platforms. So we've spent a lot of time trying to develop ways to help them with that, but it is, any help that the Assembly can give on that front would be fantastic.
Do you have the ability and the capability to find out what the reasoning was, whether it was the businesses didn't apply or whether they didn't qualify?
We could.
Is there a matrix you can figure?
We could try. So what, not directly. The only names that we have are the people that successfully got the funding. So what we could do is work with somebody like the Eagle River Chamber and others in the area to try and survey the businesses there. Actually, there's going to be a survey released statewide here in the next couple days that is trying to get at exactly that data. So if we can get some help deploying that in your region, I think that would answer a lot of these questions.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Hi, John. Nice to see you at my second job. I comment at one point, but I had a question on this. It was hard to tell from your slides, but when you showed how Anchorage allocated our CARES Act funds, if you look at it kind of technically, a whole bunch went to public safety. But in fact, we took that, and then the general funds that freed up, we put to the various kind of CARES Act, projects that we'd already allocated. So it wasn't really to the public safety. It was just doing what Treasury recommended and flowing it through there. How did you show it on your chart?
We took the funds that we saw allocated in a database that we got, I believe, through the Alaska Municipal League. And so they broke it down by category, and we used that to sort of show the size and magnitude of each of these categories that we sort of consolidated into general categories.
Okay, I couldn't tell by look, but if you'll send us this, we'll be able to look and see.
You should have it.
It would be a better description if it showed the actual where it landed and not kind of how it did as the CARES Act, the complicated government way of doing it. Then another point, you say 7% unemployment. That's actually pretty good for Alaska. Yeah, I mean, that's about where we are. So it's, but 24,000 or fewer jobs, that sounds like something kind of new.
Well, the same time last year, it was closer to 5.4. So it's actually, I've got Bill Pop behind me, so he's probably throwing daggers if I'm getting these numbers wrong, but my understanding is that the statewide unemployment currently is still significantly lower than it was in the past, and the total number of jobs that are currently not there are somewhere in the range of 24,000 according to the Department of Labor as of March, I believe.
So given that there's 24,000 people there without jobs, how come Bernie has a hard time hiring? I mean, it seems very odd.
There's a lot of factors. I mean, what we run into, and we've run into this through multiple years, when we run our small business survey, and we do it at the end of every year, one of the questions we ask is, what's a barrier to your business? And finding qualified workforce is always in the top 3. And when we dig into that a little deeper, it breaks down into 2 factors. One is technical skills. There's just not that many of us. So if you need a specific technical skill, it can be difficult because while there are 24,000 people, only a very small subset of them may have the skills you need for your particular position. The other factor that we run into, and this is more in the retail positions, things like that, is there are soft skills that a lot of the folks, or at least the employers, say are missing. So while there are people looking for positions, they're not necessarily the right people for the positions that are open currently.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Boy, that leads just right into where I'm going next. One of the conversations I've been having very robustly with people assumes that the American Jobs Act is going to pass coming up in the next 6 months or so. And if that assumption is yes, then we can contemplate a scenario where every city in America suddenly has resources to build projects and really do stuff. And then that creates, in my imagination, a really scary situation where we don't have people to do the work, and where in the past we have imported workers from all over the country, which isn't the best practice. We should be training up our own. We can't even do that because everywhere else is going through the same process. They have tons of jobs that they're trying to fill. So one of the planks that I'm really working on with the rescue plan funding is trying to figure out how we incentivize or create a pipeline of workforce development for what may be here in 6 months to a year in the context of that process that may and hopefully will come to pass. So really the question is, what are the savvy investments in workforce development?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I think that you hit the nail on the head that if there is a large swath of construction coming down the pipeline, that is going to cause a pain point. We saw this when Fairbanks deployed a lot of funding there and had to do a bunch of construction for the military. It had impacts across the state, and while that was a big project and an important project, I don't believe it's on the same scale as what we're talking about with this new bill, so it's going to be that plus some. We're also going to see the same issue, I believe. It's going to play out in a slightly different fashion, but with tourism. This summer and next summer, as things unlock, as things open up, Alaska is a tourist-heavy state, and we are not alone in that in terms of globally. There's a lot of places out there that have been hurt just as bad as we have with the lack of tourism. They're all going to come online in roughly the same time frame, right? What is that going to mean for our ability to hire people, for our ability to attract visitors, for our ability to do a lot of the things that we're trying to do? It is going to cause a pain point. At the end of the day, there's only 700,000 of us statewide, right? And I think that that's probably more of a limiting factor than training necessarily. But training is a piece of it. It's a very important piece. And which industries you should focus on, I mean, it kind of depends on what you're trying to incentivize. Healthcare are high-paying jobs, and the industry has been very strong in the past, but there's got to be an upper limit to that, right? Construction seems to be coming, but do we know what kind of training that they're going to need before they go? Do we know, does it matter what projects that end up getting funded? I'm not savvy enough about construction to tell you. So I think there's a lot of factors, but workforce development never hurts, that's for sure, especially when we consider over the past few years, small businesses across the state have said it's a limiting factor on a lot of levels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, thanks for the presentation. Two things I wanted to follow up on. One, in your comments about spending these funds correctly and closing the gaps, is the Small Business Center engaged in an analysis of the various funding avenues to help identify those gaps so that we can create some sort of strategic funding matrix? Because there are lots of avenues of funding available to different sectors. And to follow up on Mr. Constant's question, is strategic, I guess, helping us strategically plan workforce development activities something you all could assist with? I think we're hearing a lot of workforce development ideas that cut across many sectors, but kind of pulling those all together into a strategic plan, I think, is a way forward to ensure that we aren't leaving gaps on either side, what we're funding and how we're approaching workforce development.
I couldn't agree more. The good news is that you don't have to build it from scratch. There's actually a fantastic group of public-private sector partners that have been laboring tirelessly on your behalf. I believe they're represented here by Mr. Bustamante from the Anchorage Chamber and others. And they, I believe, are a fantastic resource for exactly what you're talking about. The SBDC has been working with them as well. We're happy to provide as much data as we can. What I will tell you at this point, the biggest sort of message I want to get across is that the data is still extremely muddy because so much of this money still hasn't been deployed. So there's really no way for us to tell how much of the restaurant and bar money is actually going to hit our city, our state, right? There's no way to tell how many Alaskan organizations are going to take advantage of the SFOG program. Are we going to get the last 3,000 from PPP, et cetera, et cetera? So until we have that data, it's very difficult to identify all of the gaps. But I think the planning portion of it, like what Assemblymember Constant was talking about, and like what you're talking about, is exactly what you need in order to identify the data that you must have in order to make those decisions. So I think there's no reason not to start that now.
Great. Thank you.
Chair?
Sure, and then I have to move us on.
Yep. So I would suggest it's not within our expertise to create a strategic plan for workforce development programs and ideas. And so that seems to me a question we should be reflecting back to the experts in the room who are ready to talk to us and also hopefully ready to help us kind of break that down. Because if we're hoping that this 10-member body is going to do that, then I need a lot more hope than that, so we could use your help.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you have a huge I mean, I don't know how many people are in the group that you represent, but it is an enormous amount of folks that have direct knowledge of what you're talking about. So I would use that resource to the fullest. And us, of course.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Speaking of, Mr. Bruce Bustamante, you are up. So I have two documents from you. One is just the roadmap to a vital and safe Anchorage, and then the second one is that plus Assembly introduction and proposal. Which document should I pull up?
Microphone's off.
Yeah. Could you press the yellow button? There we go, thanks.
There we go. How's that?
Yep.
Yeah, as far as the proposal, we can touch on that at the very end of the presentation.
Okay, so if you can open up just the roadmap to a vital and safe anchorage, that one, great.
Very good. Well, thank you, Anchorage Assembly members, for giving me the opportunity to give you an update on the work that's been conducted by a rather large working group. They've been working on the roadmap to a vital and safe anchorage. We'll call it RVSA. And for those folks that I haven't met, I'm Bruce Bustamante. I'm the President and CEO of the Anchorage Chamber. And today, though, I'm in the role as lead for the RVSA. The RVSA was developed out of a need defined by the Economic Resiliency Task Force to influence the future in a positive direction to make Anchorage more sustainable, have a more sustainable economy. We can go to the next slide, please. A working group made up of businesses, nonprofit organizations, and industry leaders volunteered to take action and begin the process of developing a plan focused on implementation, execution, and clearly defined results. Next slide. Thank you. With a focused vision to guide reopening a safe and vibrant Anchorage in time for the 2021 spring and summer tourism season, the planning process includes the following criteria. Number one, we needed to have full participation. And that means from the municipality, from businesses, from the economic sectors to participate in development and implementation of the plan. Participation in planning and implementation is diverse, inclusive, represents the entire community of Anchorage. The plan spans any changes in leadership because this plan started prior to the election. And most importantly to us, it needed to be action focused. The plan is focused on implementation and action. The plan includes both short and long-term actions contributing to economic sustainability during and after the pandemic. And thirdly, it has the ability of leveraging best practices. So a lot of people that are involved in this RVSA group are also involved with other organizations nationwide. So we try to get the best ideas that are applicable from other cities that are going through the same challenges Anchorage is. Next slide, please. So throughout February of 2021, over 110 business, nonprofit, and organization leaders gathered 4 times to develop the vision, identify barriers, and recommend strategic actions, and begin a focused implementation of the RVSA. The effort was supported by the municipality of Anchorage, and they provided funding for us to hire a consultant and facilitator in SALT. And Michael Fredericks is here with me today. And I must say that support provided by SALT really made this very effective. They brought facilitators in, and we were able to break the group down into smaller groups, and it became very effective. When we talk about 110 people participating, they were very engaged. For each session, we had at least 80, and they stayed for the entire 2 hours. And they've come back and have worked with us through March as well. And we anticipate that group even being larger. So the next slide, please. So in the first session, we created the vision. And the vision, and when we talk about Anchorage, we want to make sure you're going to hear a lot of input and a lot of ideas that really focuses and calls out our excitement about developing downtown Anchorage. But really, it's for the entire municipality from Portage to Peters Creek. So the vision states that as a result of our actions, the municipality of Anchorage's economy will be open, thriving, and diverse. Our economy supports and is supported by capitalizing on our place, education, workforce development, government stability, and public-private partnerships. Our economy is underpinned by a focus on public welfare, access to housing, and childcare, strong planning and accessibility, and equity for all. Yes, please. So our second step, the group examined the barriers, and these are barriers associated with us that could be prohibiting for us to reach our vision. Now, I want to remind everyone as we look at these barriers, and we were reminded this was going to be the most difficult part of the process. It comes across, it's negative. You don't want, everyone in this group is proud of Anchorage, like you. We want to make Anchorage better. So when we identify barriers, it's not finger pointing, it's just saying, This is what we recognize. We know to get through these to help achieve our vision. So based on the group's individual and group work, strong themes emerged that create barriers to the vision. One was our community is not unified because we have conflicting priorities, fragmented communications, and uncoordinated vision. Government planning, regulations, and crisis response appears to be unclear, and inflexible. Our community has devalued workforce development. Our community needs to invest in infrastructure. Our businesses need access to resources to create a diverse economy. Our community has not created a strong identity nor a vibrant downtown. We have a disjointed approach to community and personal safety, and our community has not addressed the systematic reasons people become homeless. Next slide. So the next step, we need to identify our strategic actions. And those actions include make sure everyone is safe and has what they need, have a diverse understanding of what we have and need, focus on our assets and promote them everywhere, encourage people to visit and to stay, activate downtown and get people to come downtown, incentivize investment, make it easy to do business in Anchorage, and make sure we have government buy-in in our priorities. Next slide, please. And there's the list I just reviewed. And so at the fourth planning session, the group prioritized their strategic actions and selected the 3 areas that we believed we could impact over the next 6 months. And those were highlighted in blue, or are highlighted in blue. Activate downtown and get people to come downtown, incentivize investment, and make it easy to do business in Anchorage. So based on their areas of interest, the individuals broke into groups to begin identifying accomplishments that would energize movement towards the larger vision. And so to break down each one of those, when we look at activating downtown, there were a number of identifiers on really what that meant for the working group. But they pared it down to what can we affect in the next 6 months. And those are finding ways to include East Downtown, facilitating options for outdoor dining downtown this summer, engaging artists in short-term installations as well as more permanent installation projects, activating more police presence, and initiating both small and large-scale facade improvements. The next group that attacked making it easier to do business in Anchorage went through the same process and focused on 3 major areas, one being workforce, the other being regulatory process, and the other one was identified as COVID readiness. So the items that came out that they're going to work on for the next 6 months included the development of a consumer and business confidence tool called the North Star Pledge for the hospitality industry. And that's one that was created by Chris Anderson, owner of Glacier Brew House in Orso. And it was really kind of the start of this whole process. He brought forward to us that, we really don't have a plan for businesses to look toward as we get ready to reopen. So he's put this plan together. It'll include involvement from Visit Anchorage and CHAR to refine exactly what the hospitality industry will do. Communication with current and future MOA leadership to ensure continued support and engagement. This is a step in that direction. We're going to make sure we meet with the new administration and go over this as well. This process really doesn't go very far if we don't have municipal government support. The other is to work to promote a review of municipal regulations and processes that affect business. Also to work on healthcare workforce development, and also to work on a public campaign to encourage people to go into the trades. So we get more people ready to go into the trades, again, with a workforce development theme. Then the third area was incentivize investment. Again, bullet point of the 3 areas that'll be focused on over the next 6 months. Excuse me. Aligning investments with private industry for a public-private partnership, aggregation of business resource information, and activating a federal infrastructure earmark campaign. So I believe you all have a full report of our current workings with the group. So, in addition to introducing the RVSA to you today, we come with recommendations on your allocations of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. In order to provide you with the recommendations, we hosted an all-member meeting to gather feedback along with several follow-up small group meetings to refine these recommendations. So we can go to the next slide, please.
Before we move on, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Really quickly, though. So if members can please take themselves out of the queue, I have the inability to do that. So put yourself in the queue. Please take yourself out of the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, Bruce, I serve on the National League of Cities Transportation and Infrastructure Services Committee. And I spend a lot of time talking about infrastructure investments and the bill that's coming. And I just want everyone to hear real clearly that the earmark process that is kind of in conversation right now it's like the little distraction. The scale and scope of the conversation around earmarks is very small, but the conversation around the Transportation and Infrastructure Bill, the Jobs Act, is the real prize. And so I would offer to your organization and its thinking, any campaign around federal infrastructure shouldn't spend too much time on the earmark conversation, but should instead focus on helping get that bill passed, because that's, be 1,000 times more relative to the earmarks that are being discussed. So just want to add that little wrinkle to the conversation.
No, that's a great recommendation, Mr. Constant. Also, keep in mind, I'm talking about the short-term goals here, too.
Absolutely.
That may be something we can fit into short-term and long-term.
Right, and so Congressman Young gets to propose 10 projects that may or may not fit into a bill under the earmark protocols, but there's a $3 trillion pool of funds being contemplated that may winnow down to one for infrastructure. So just eyes on the prize, eyes on the prize.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for that. So, going down the list of recommendations that we have that came from our working group that really help us with the vision. Funding for infrastructure that will improve the downtown experience, and that can be in the form of wayfinding, facade improvement, grants, public restrooms, lighting and pedestrian experience improvements, access and safety for all. Funding to organizations like the Anchorage Downtown Partnership and others to keep downtown activated through events. Efforts that combat vacancy, increased opportunities to develop housing, and messaging to bring locals and visitors to downtown. We need to remind people how fun it is to come downtown. Excuse me. Next, to make Anchorage feel safe again by investing in the Anchorage Downtown Partnership ambassadors, creating similar partnerships for other business districts, and other proposals that promote safety for all. Funding to improve the regulatory process, like permitting, restrictions, licensing, to find win-win situations between keeping Anchorage community members safe and allowing businesses to thrive. We want involved parties to work towards yes. Funding to organizations like the Anchorage Community Land Trust, the 4-Acre Group, the Small Business Development Center, Small Business Administration, Anchorage Chamber, and others to get rapid, equitable technical assistance out to our businesses so they can thrive. We recommend continued support to make vaccinations accessible and even incentivized, as well as funding for COVID public health campaigns. Continue and expand mobile vaccination units to provide access to more residents. I think we've seen some real meaningful success stories in that process. Continued support of tourism, and this can be through Visit Anchorage. Continued support to those out of work in the form of training and educational opportunities. A big component of this is childcare support for those returning to work, and it's a critical element that needs a solution. Funding for emergency planning to include support for those individuals struggling to get the basic needs. Funding for agencies and plans to end homelessness. And finally, we'd like you to consider continued support for the RVSA effort and process, the work associated with implementing the larger priority. You have in front of you a proposal, I believe, for a collaborative effort with RVSA, SALT, and the Northern Compass Group, and that proposal has a time span of 18 months, and that's depending on the focus RVSA takes. But we're asking for consideration of up to $250,000 or $250,000 to support this effort. As I mentioned earlier, with all of the varied interests involved in this group, having coordinated consultation and facilitation has really made a huge difference. And we want to be able to provide good information back to the government, back to the Assembly, on what the business community is saying and what they need. So with that, thank you very much for your time. And above all, if I didn't say it earlier, thank you for your work on the Assembly. Under normal circumstances, I know it's a hard job, but thank you for your dedication to Anchorage.
Thank you. And if members wanted to look at the proposal, it was emailed to all members earlier today. It's also on the website if members of the public would like to look at the proposal. Okay, are there any questions? Hold on. Ms. Zalatel?
Hi, thank you for the proposal and the presentation. I have a couple of questions, or maybe there's more to come. I appreciate this list, but what I don't see in like specifics, I guess, are you saying that like some of these proposals have already potentially come to us? I guess I'm just trying to fit this in with everything we've received to date, because we've received some proposals from various organizations, some of which you've mentioned. So I was kind of hoping you guys were willing to like help tie it all together.
Yeah. Well, certainly, and we realize that. I think when we look at these particular areas that we would like to see supported, we realize there's going to be expert
Can you talk closer to the microphone? Otherwise, I can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry about that. We realize there's probably expert organizations that are taking on those particular efforts that will have more detail as far as the exact costs and burden on assets. And so what we're saying is to support those efforts. We don't have the details, but it helps us with our ongoing vision.
Got it. So did you have any general sense in these recommendations of prioritization? Because there's quite a few recommendations there, or is that in the priority order, or are they just general?
Looking at that list, I would say they are prioritized.
Okay, great.
Right now, because we realize, I mean, if I understand correctly, the money is going to come out in two tranches, like 50 now and then I think 50 in a year. So for right now, that is the priority that we have.
Got you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. So I have a couple questions. You kind of went through them fast. I was trying to look through the email. You had said some of the needs, and I was kind of puzzled by some of them. But you started off with sod. You said sod, grass, right?
No, I didn't.
What did you say? You said restrooms, and there was something before you said.
Oh, here.
Can you go through your list? I might have misunderstood. I think it was for downtown I don't know.
Facade.
Say that again.
It was facades for downtown. Facades?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like, what does sod have to do with
Well,
COVID?
I would question that as well. I'm glad you brought that up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for all your continuing work on this to help businesses here in Anchorage. You mentioned something about incentivizing vaccinations, and I was wondering if you were speaking about a program I saw that Juneau's doing where they're giving cash prize drawings to try to get people to get the shot in the arm. Is that what you were referring to? Thank you.
Well, we've heard of some entities offering food if you come in and show your vaccination card, and I think really what the working group in that area was looking at is how do we accelerate the vaccination, and so if incentives work, great, but the other area that seemed to, I think, gain a lot more favor was a more aggressive campaign with the mobile vaccination units, taking it to high population areas, to workplace and such. So we believe that kind of the when we get to, it won't be total vaccination, but a very high percentage, that'll be a big element in improving the economy.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Bruce, now there are a few people here with the RVSA, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So is it fair to ask also questions of some of the other folks?
Yeah.
So first, Bruce, on your idea of the incentivization, I keep suggesting to the administration that we run like a $10,000 lottery for everybody who gets vaccinated, and you could win a real prize, but the attorneys just don't seem to agree that that's a good idea. So I think incentivization is really important. I would love to hear from Amanda briefly, because a number of these are downtown related. Amanda Moser from Anchorage Downtown Partnership. Some of these ideas I have submitted in a proposal that people haven't had a chance to see yet. But if you don't mind, and I don't want you to go away, just have Amanda come on up. Hi.
Hi.
So really the question is, in these elements that fit for the downtown, what does the voice of the downtown have to say?
Yeah, so thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to share with the Assembly. As Bruce mentioned, the Roadmap to a Vital and Safe Anchorage group was over 110 different voices, and one thing that kept coming up over and over again was downtown, and downtown is a really unique space in our community. It is the space that belongs to everyone. It's where we come together to gather, to celebrate, to lift our voices, and downtown has borne the brunt of this pandemic, from work from home to restaurant and bar closures, to the impacts from the hospitality, to the ceremonial start of the Iditarod is one of the busiest days of the year downtown, and that was canceled. And so, downtown has been hurting, and a lot of conversations came up through the RVSA about downtown, and I think that this is an opportunity for downtown to really reboot. And so we have presented a couple different opportunities. One of them is a facade improvement program modeled after something that was done with the Anchorage Community Land Trust in 2011. It was a program that was funded by a $100,000 state grant from the state of Alaska, and they provided technical assistance to property and business owners to do a facade improvement, including crime prevention through environmental design, and they leveraged over $1 million in investment along Mountain View Drive. And if you drive down that area now, you'll see all of the facades, beautiful, vibrant Mountain View. And so we're proposing an opportunity for a downtown facade improvement program and really give our downtown an opportunity to brighten up, have more color, more vibrancy, and really support our downtown property owners. One of the other impacts that we have seen in the last couple months is the downtown market, which was a staple on 3rd Avenue for the past over 20 years, has moved out of downtown into the Midtown area, and we are proposing bringing a different market in the downtown area, one that is very focused on Alaskan goods and services, so a partnership between Anchorage Downtown Partnership and John Bittner and Small Business Development and their Buy Alaska program to really support local small businesses. And we really see that space activation and ways that you bring folks into an area support the surrounding brick and mortars. We are proposing to put this on 4th Avenue, so close down 4th Avenue and create a walking space. We surveyed the business and property owners along 4th Avenue to see if there would be support for this kind of idea. I had heard, oh no, folks aren't going to like that. When we sent out the survey, we had 50% response rate, and 90% of folks were excited about the idea of a market, because recognizing that when you bring folks into an area, they'll visit the vendors along the market and then also stop into the brick and mortars. And it also allows the brick and mortars the opportunity to expand out into the street, because the one thing that we've discovered in the last year is that folks really like the opportunity in the summer in Alaska to be outside. Some of the other programs that we discussed through this process was a wayfinding program. We've got beautiful, incredible resources in the downtown area, and if you were a guest or a visitor, you wouldn't know how to get to maybe the Coastal Trail or the museum or the Performing Arts Center. There's a program that's happening in the municipality of Anchorage, the Indigenous Place Names Project, and this is an opportunity for us to expand under that and have downtown wayfinding with Indigenous language and really celebrate Alaska's and Anchorage's Dena'ina history. We're also proposing a mural project. We recognize that Murals are a way to tell a story of your community and to celebrate local art. We partnered this fall with the Alaska Mural Project and the museum, the Anchorage Museum, and we were able to put some new murals in the downtown area and brings folks downtown and tells our story. This is a great way to support our local artists, to tell our story, and to create long-term activation of our space. And then the last thing that we included was year-round activation, but with a focus on winter activation. I think Anchorage is a great winter trails and mountain area, but we could have a little support to be a stronger winter city. Like, how do we activate our urban area in the winter? I grew up moving all around, and I spent some time in Minnesota, and they would always have, ice mazes and ice castles and all sorts of fun things. And so I think there's an opportunity to support more activation that brings folks out year-round. And we really find that our organization does a series of different, it's called creative placemaking, but sort of low impact, high deliverables events. So we'll have salsa in the park, hip-hop dancing in the park, and just little ways to bring the community out together. This past winter, we reinstalled the ice skating rink in Town Square Park, and just finding ways to bring our community together and create connections.
Thank you. And just so folks have reference, in the packet that I submitted that you'll have an opportunity to review at your leisure, it was emailed out tonight. There is one item that's listed specifically for the partnership separate from the RVSA project that identifies some safety equipment improvements for the partnership that is, in my opinion, a very essential investment, and the activation money. I included separately, but on the same document, all of the priorities that she just listed. And so all of that detail is available for you in the format prescribed by the chair.
Thank you. All right, I have two folks left in the queue, and then we're going to have to move on after that. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. I'll try to be brief and make it a statement on a question then. Just something that you might embellish on if you have it is how to create other improvement districts like the Downtown Improvement District, because there's been talk, or Spenard's looked at it, Midtown's looked at it, Girdwood and Eagle River, and I think we all recognize downtown, the main downtown is a focus, and I think we generally support that. But we have other downtowns too. Girdwood essentially acts as a downtown, and they've really got that winter city thing going on. Mm-hmm. And Eagle River's got their downtown. So there's similar issues. I mean, they're not nearly as large as what we see in our main downtown. But anyway, when you go back and as your groups, it'd be nice to see what is a plan to help incentivize those, because some of them just need a little shove.
Mm-hmm. I think we've seen that in other cities as well, and not even expanding past the downtown to a midtown district and such, where they have all these business improvement zones. So that's certainly something we can add to our list. It's a good idea.
Great, thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. And I was going to kind of make the exact same statement. I know downtown's downtown, but I don't know who actually decides who gets it in just that specific area. But, the Diamond Center, we do have Girdwood. They have a beautiful downtown, Spenard even, Midtown. And I think, in my opinion, and even the revitalization of Eagle River, but I also know we have a chamber out there. But I do think we should touch bases on every part of everybody's districts. When I say district, I mean community members too. So I just want to support John. I think that's very valuable.
That's a great point. And Amanda reminded me that there is discussion on a midtown improvement district now. So if we look at, and if I recall correctly, and Amanda can correct me, but the business improvement district was really supported by the businesses first. They brought it upon themselves. So I think that's a wise move. There are businesses concerned that want to do that.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just a quick note on that topic, Ms. Allard. The way that those organizations are formed is when the property owners within a boundary organize, and 50% plus one of them agree to tax themselves for an increment of funds to pay for that organization. And so I do believe we have a proposal to fund an effort for Midtown to start its own, and I would be happy to see us do that in Spenard, Girdwood, Eagle River. So it really is up to the people to tax themselves to do it, is how it started, and that's how it will be done for every district across town. And it is important for neighborhoods, for property owners to set up their own defense and growth opportunities.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is our first slate of speakers. We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we have 4 more speakers. We're going to be hearing from Alyssa Rodriguez, Lori Wolf, Isaac Vanderberg, and Kirk Rose. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I hope that we can get caught up with this next set of speakers. For folks watching online on YouTube, every now and then you will see on your screen a link to a survey and a QR code. So if you want to just scan that QR code with your phone, that'll allow you to do a survey that goes with the town hall portion of our evening, which will start hopefully at around 8 o'clock. With that, we'll take a 20-minute break. Thanks, everyone. For folks on the phone, we're going to get started in a few minutes. All right, if members can go ahead and take their seats, we're going to get started again. Okay, so first we are going to hear from Elisa Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, you are on the phone, correct?
Extension Partnership. I'm also the chair of the Budget Advisory Commission, and so today I'll be primarily speaking about the Budget Advisory Commission and kind of our role and what we have going on related to the dispersal of the funds. So I'd like to start out with kind of talking about our general plan for action for the BAC. And so we were able to work with the chair and some folks within the Muni to have help in going through the enormous ARP Act and trying to understand it. And so we're still waiting for an ETA on that, but our hope is to have a better understanding of what is and what is not explicitly covered and what is allowed and what is expressly forbidden, so trying to understand some of the flexibility therein. And then after we have that understanding, looking at the data on the most recent, the dispersal of the CARES funding. So what programs are oversubscribed? What trends are there on utilization so that we can understand what are those really critical pieces of assistance that people are still very heavily relying on, that very emergent need. And then the third step is really to kind of marry those two and to better understand, okay, so how would we suggest or support the spending down of the great amount of funds that are going to come in. Some of the things that we've also talked about kind of more broadly related to the ARP Act funds is being cognizant of the time frame. So we recognize that the Assembly is under pressure to expend funds rapidly, and that there are still some very emergent needs that the community has that need to be addressed. Beyond that, we would kind of make a general recommendation to be very thoughtful. We have the time to take to be very thoughtful about how we want to spend these funds. And so we've all kind of got around the same idea that we really don't want to be, that haste makes waste. And we really want to be thoughtful about how we spend these funds and understand what the highest ROI is going to be on some of these funds and what's kind of the best good that we can do with them. We also wanted to bring up the dangers of flooding the market. So, you know, the municipality has a lot of funding that's going to be coming through in the two tranches. The state also has funding. And so what we've seen in the past is that when we kind of flood the Alaska market or the Anchorage market with these funds, we end up in a situation where that funding kind of goes right back out of the state to out-of-state contractors in order to provide the services, because the citizens in Anchorage and in the state just can't take on all that work. They just can't disperse all those funds and those sorts of things. So we want to make sure that we're cognizant of the dangers of flooding the market. Another topic that came up was the topic of reskilling. And so really being thoughtful about where's our economy going? What are the workforce skills that are going to be needed to get us to this hopefully better place than we were in an ideal world than when we came into COVID? Because when COVID hit Anchorage and hit Alaska, we weren't doing well necessarily. You know, our economic indicators were not looking good. And so to the extent that we can use this funding to really address some of those long-term issues that have plagued Anchorage, that would be a wonderful use of the money. But that's going to take some time to figure out, you know, or I should say, to gather together what those are. We know them. They're the same that they've been, you know, since the 80s, and every time we've done another SEDS or another, you know, piece of economic research, it's the same issues that frequently come up. And to the extent we can use these resources to address them, all the times we said, if only we have millions of dollars, well, now we do. And maybe that's an opportunity for us to really address some of these things. Also, thinking of leveraging the funds. So to the extent that the funds allow us to pay for some, you know, potentially regular municipal functions, can that then free up someone within the municipality to look into the other federal funds that are available? ARPA is not the only, COVID funds, so to speak, that are coming out. FEMA has funds. It's kind of every department within the federal government has different programs. And to the extent that we can avail ourselves of as many of them as possible, then of course we can do the greatest good and really bring those funds in to the city. We wanted to applaud and continue to support the Assembly's focus on equity when we look at assistance and when we look at the programs that we are going to continue funding, that we started funding with CARES funding, and then those that are going to potentially be new funding projects, making sure that we are cognizant and striving for equity and inclusivity as we do that. Looking at my notes here, forgive me. And then one other topic that came up was not to forget to collaborate with tribes. States and municipalities aren't the only ones who get this funding. Tribes get them as well. And to the extent that we can collaborate or at least be cognizant of what the other organizations are funding, then we can help to not duplicate services and those sorts of things. And the same was said about state funding. So that of course came up to make sure that, and I know the body's aware of that, the state's going to come out with a lot of funding. To the extent that we can try not to duplicate services, the better. And that's just an even greater argument for being thoughtful and making sure that we take our time when it comes to really figuring out where we want to put some of these, the larger portions of these funds that don't have to be expended right now to address those really pressing needs. The governor's press release came out today announcing funds for tourism. So that would have been an industry that we would have thought, oh, for sure, they're going to really need help. Let's jump on that. And then the state already put some opportunities out there to help those businesses that are hurting. And so it doesn't, to the extent that we can, taking the time to really be thoughtful and recognizing what funding is going to come in from other sources, it really gives us the breathing space to make the best use of our funds. With that, I'll take any questions.
Great, thanks so much. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair, just one.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Alyssa, would you do us a favor at some point and just draft into a very brief memo the key highlights of what your great testimony was just now?
I absolutely can, and I have everything already in an email. I will get that sent over to Chair Rivera, and he can share that out with you if that works.
Thank you for your service.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Rodriguez. Next, we have Lori Wolf. Are you with us, Lori?
Yes, I am.
Great. Let's go ahead and pull up. Fantastic. All right, go ahead, Lori.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the more than 17% of the Anchorage workforce who are employed by nonprofits and the thousands of Anchorage and Alaska residents who are served by nonprofits every day in our city. As I'm sure you are well aware through all of the conversations you have had every day, nonprofits are not only our safety net, they are our vehicle for artistic, cultural, and religious expression. And as you are hearing tonight, they are the backbone of our economic recovery. No sector does this alone. We do it best when we work together with state, tribal, and local governments like you. Tonight, I am here to express my appreciation for honoring the federal intent to include nonprofits in all the relief funding from CARES to this new rescue plan. It is no accident that nonprofits are called out as part of the solution to our nation's challenges, and we want to ensure that we are part of the recovery and resiliency efforts at the state and local level too. I'm here also tonight to talk with you about what it looks like to move forward together. Even before this pandemic, nonprofits were living with thin or no margins. Those with reserves are now spending them to survive or scrambling to request philanthropic support, which cannot fill all the gaps. Truthfully, without the significant CARES funding and the new rescue funding, along with a generous outpouring of donations, nonprofits will continue to face major changes, deep cutbacks, and some closures. The bottom line is that nonprofits, just like small businesses, are feeling the economic impact deeply and differently than those of their for-profit counterparts. And those differences need to be recognized. Equally true, our sector has risen to the challenge of serving Alaskans with new systems and structures that are innovative, creative, and strategic. We are learning our way forward, and it is showing up in so many great ways. You're hearing some of those examples tonight from my fellow nonprofit leaders. The earthquake and now COVID are showing us that relief efforts are puzzles. We must put together many pieces to get back to where we started before both hit. Relief funding does not get us ahead. It just puts us back to the place we were before the disaster struck. We learned some lessons, some valuable lessons in the Munis CARES funding process from the past, and I think it would be helpful for us to all remember those lessons as we determine the best path forward. Some of those lessons are, we validated that access to relief funding cannot be a race if you want equity in the center of your work. We validated that while some nonprofits had to close to protect public health, their expenses didn't stop because heat must continue, animals and art must be cared for, and creating more unemployment only burdens the other systems and the other spaces. We validated that our safety net organizations in health and human services saw their work triple overnight with less money, fewer volunteers, and a lot more stress. More specifically, we learned that the allocation of funds in the municipal nonprofit grant program was off, and that in the future, more money should be given to the larger and mid-sized groups and to more of them, because they are meeting the highest needs in our city. To that end, I encourage you at a minimum to support funding the unfunded organizations in the queue from the last round through Cook Inlet Lending, and also recommit to funding the Cultural Pillars program, since these organizations are likely to continue seeing harsh economic realities from a less than robust tourist season and a still recovering local economy. I'll also note for the future that beyond Cook Inlet Lending and 4Acre, there was almost no communication to nonprofits about the grant programs, and it certainly was nothing like the effort put forward to let the local business community know about their options, and even tonight we heard that that was somewhat lacking. Our sector, the business community, and local people need more communication in multiple languages and through multiple channels if you want this to have equitable access. Finally, while we know that money is coming to the state, and a lot of it, we don't know yet how or if nonprofits will be included in that relief. That is potential. This is a potentially different scenario than the last time you provided funding, which was after the state CARES funds had been dispersed. So we anticipate that you will see more need and a higher level of requests should you decide to offer a grant program to nonprofits and businesses with this or the next round of funding, depending on your timing. We agree with John at the SBDC that funding should focus on those nonprofits, people, and businesses who have been disproportionately impacted due to closure, loss of revenue, and expanded demand for services. We at 4Acre are endeavoring to come up with a formula alongside other partners that you could use to make this determination when you're ready to meet it. All of this to say that we would like to be part of the recovery team. The ARPA funding can be about more than just a continuing response to the COVID pandemic. It can be a forward-looking approach to charting a strong, thoughtful, and strategic path for a long-term recovery and resiliency. As trusted partners, nonprofits will be an integral part of recovery for Anchorage and Alaska because of our innovative approach and that help fuel resiliency. I've prepared a proposal, which is in front of you, for how we could be a partner to your work. You have that in front of you, and I am happy to answer questions. It will not fix all the lessons learned that I just shared, but it is a start. Additionally, it is not in place of other ways you can support the nonprofit sector. It is simply a way to get more impact and more leverage for the funding that you have. I'm thankful for our partners in this work, including the Anchorage Community Land Trust and the Small Business Development Center, who all of us together, we want to see our city and our state thrive. Alaska nonprofits are the backbone to our communities, and they need your help today so that we can all be here tomorrow. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Great. Thanks so much, Lori. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks, Lori. So maybe it's in your letter somewhere, but the Governor, sure, you said, help the nonprofits and businesses that have been hurt the worst. And the trick is, well, who are they? I think with some of the programs they've looked and, if your revenues did not drop between 2019 and 2020, you're on your own, which seems reasonable. How do you do that with nonprofits?
Through the chair, that's a wonderful question, and as I mentioned, we are working closely with a number of our partners, the Alaska Municipal League and John at SBDC. We're trying to come up with a formula for you for that to answer that very question. I think that the difference for the nonprofits is that the formula has to take into account that groups, nonprofits and for-profits, cut their budgets before they sought relief funding. So somehow we have to account for the fact that we cut our budgets, then we got relief. That relief then brought us to really a false zero because it was a zero based on a cut budget. And then we have to factor in whatever charitable giving we got. And then we have to figure out, all we all want is to get back to functional zero. And so we're trying to figure out that formula for you in a pretty simple way so that you can use that to determine disproportionately impacted. And our hope is that with the Alaska State Chamber and the Alaska Municipal League and 4Acre and the SBDC, if we all came up with the same formula, then you could use that across the board. I'm not sure that we can do that, but we are talking to each other and we are trying.
Yeah, that'll be a huge help. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. So my question is kind of the flip side to that is what's being done to identify those nonprofits that will have increased demand due to the effects of COVID on individuals, so an increased demand on their services? Because what I'm hearing you say is to get back to functional zero, but what about the need to scale services to meet needs?
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for that question. Absolutely. Our human service organizations in particular, we are hearing from them. I'm sure you're hearing from them. Some of them have tripled the scope of their services and the demand for those services. I would say everyone in behavioral health, community mental health, everyone serving our homeless population, everyone working in food security, all of those organizations, the demand on their services by most accounts has tripled. And so I do think it is a different formula. Right? There is a formula for those who have lost revenue and have closed their doors in the name of public health. And there is a formula for groups who have quadrupled or tripled overnight. And I think it's really important to recognize, and maybe to Mr. Weddleton's question, it's very hard to account for is the loss of volunteer, the human capital loss, which for most nonprofits equates to, many numbers of paid staff. So that loss of volunteers to do that work, and we can see that in our food pantry system, we can see that in our Meals on Wheels programs, we can see that in any number of programs that we have where it's just not safe to have volunteers in those spaces anymore. So demand is up, volunteer service is down, and we need a formula to help think about that. So you're right to ask the question. I wish I had an answer for you right this moment about what that formula is.
May I ask a quick follow-up? So in your proposal for technical assistance to nonprofits, is that something that would be captured in that proposal, or is that something that you would need additional support for to help capture those nonprofits who are going to need help scaling?
I think if you're asking us if the additional, the question I think is can we help them scale and meet their needs, that is not included in that proposal. The proposal in front of you is really about helping nonprofits access. You just heard from Alyssa that there are many streams of funding inside the rescue plan, and our proposal is to increase our team so that we can begin to work and identify those streams of funding and then help people access them. It is not about their capacity and their scaling. That would be separate work, and that is work that 4Acre does, but that's not in this proposal.
I guess if I could put a little bit more finer point on it, the technical assistance to access all of those funding streams, is that to, regardless of why, or is that to help nonprofits work to get back to functional zero? I guess I'm just trying to get toward the aim of this proposal to assist nonprofits in accessing those funding streams. I get what you're doing, I just, toward what end? And if we wanted to help those that needed to scale access funding streams that were available for that purpose, which I believe some of this funding is, would you need more help?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, we'd likely need more help. This is a pretty minimal request that I've put in front of you just to kind of get the conversation started. Our intent is really, what we heard is that even the simplest process last time to access funds, like we proposed and helped support the process of the nonprofit fund, was very straightforward last time, the process that the Cook Inlet Lending put forward. And even that very simple process, even though it had very low barriers to participation, people just didn't have the capacity to access them. They just didn't have the humans, they were overwhelmed, et cetera, et cetera. So all we are simply proposing here is to provide a little bit of extra support for organizations to access funding. And part of that support is identifying the streams and that would be available to them, whether that was be for scale or to get back to zero or whatever that might look like. We don't know yet because, as you've heard many times tonight, we're still waiting for all of the rules to come out. And I think it's important just to recognize, if I might, that we wouldn't be doing this work in a vacuum. We'd be working hand in hand with many of the people that you've heard from this evening.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm next in the queue. So thanks, Lori, that's helpful. So I wanted to get a sense of some of the outreach that you were talking about and the need to do additional outreach towards nonprofits. The part of the funding will likely be going towards an extensive outreach program. I assume in the last round that because the administrator of both the nonprofit funding and the small business funding was the same group, that the outreach was fairly similar for both. Is that an accurate assumption? And if so, why do you think the outreach didn't work as well for nonprofits?
So first let me say that Cook Inlet Lending are rock stars, and we think they did a spectacular job. So let me just say that right away. But their job wasn't to advertise the program. Their job was to administer the program. And I think all of us really, we thought that the municipality, either the mayor's office or the assembly or somebody else was going to be responsible for advertising the programs. That just didn't really happen. And so Foraker, we took it on ourselves. I mean, we're a statewide organization, and we're trying to attend to all the different programs all over the state. But we really doubled down to help Anchorage nonprofits really understand this opportunity for them. Nobody paid us to do that. We just did it because we knew it was the right thing to do. And just by example or by comparison, there's a texting service that's being run right now to let local businesses know about granting opportunities and other things that around COVID relief, but nonprofits aren't included in those announcements. And even when I've asked if nonprofits could be included, the answer was no. So, even some of the basic things that have been created to help people know about granting opportunities that you're all offering are not available to the nonprofits.
Great, thank you.
I think the other answer is that I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see any communication offered in any language but English, and I think that is a barrier to participation if equity is at the center of your work.
Great, thanks. And just in case my question was misunderstood, it was in no way maligning the work of Cook Inlet Lending. I think they do fantastic work. Okay, so I don't see anyone else in the queue. Thank you so much, Lori.
Thank you so much.
All right, next we have Isaac Vanderberg. Welcome. If you can turn on the yellow, press the yellow button. Nope, not yet. Bingo, there you go.
The hardest part is done. Thank you, and I have to first start by thanking my friend Amanda Moser for this great mask. We've been in a pandemic for over a year, but I have yet to have a mask that doesn't make my glasses clog. So thank you, Amanda. My name is Isaac Vandenberg. I'm with Launch Alaska, CEO with Launch Alaska. And I'm going to run through a bunch of slides here really quickly, just to familiarize you with what our organization is, and then at the end talk about one specific project that we're asking for your support on. Can I just say next slide? Okay, so next slide. So Launch Alaska, we're a small but fierce team. We come from various backgrounds, but primarily from oil and gas and from corporate America. We have someone on there from Google, someone from BP, someone else on there from ABB, and we are a small but growing team based out of Anchorage, Alaska. Next slide. Our mission is to support the development of companies by compressing the time and proximity needed to forge productive relationships. So what the heck does that mean? That means that we basically run a 8-month Shark Tank program where we recruit and support a bunch of companies and invest in some of them and introduce them to Alaska stakeholders. And the whole idea is that we're trying to foment this kind of startup culture in Anchorage and get successful companies coming here to grow and to succeed. Next slide. And our mission is to accelerate the resource revolution by deploying game-changing technologies. What that means is, next slide. We are working with companies that are tackling some major challenges, and these are challenges that predate COVID. One thing about Launch Alaska is that we were worried about the future even before we had a pandemic. And so climate change is a major threat to Alaska. And as is, Alaska has the second highest cost of energy in the US. And depending on the year, the second or third highest consumption of energy. And that's kind of a tough 1-2 punch for an economy. There have also been long-term economic headwinds for Alaska that were here even before the pandemic. And yet, despite that, Alaska has an untapped potential to lead the resource revolution. Next slide. So we believe that Alaska can be a great place, a world-class deployment ground for some of the world's most exciting technologies in food, water, energy, and transportation. That means that deploying solutions that help remove basically carbon out of any of our systems. And Alaska is a world-class deployment ground. We have over 250 island and microgrids, more coastline than the rest of the US combined, the world's best Class 5 offshore wind resource. And a lot of this activity is happening right here in Anchorage. A lot of the companies that are going after this opportunity are right here in Anchorage. And there are also declining cost curves around renewables and storage that you may be aware of that makes this a really exciting time. And then kind of a global transition to the miniaturization of all systems. So microgrids, food is going hyper-local. The pandemic has kind of accelerated this move towards smaller, more resilient, more islanded systems. And that's a huge opportunity for Alaska because one thing we know is what it's like to have logistics around islanded communities and how to make things work in kind of stranded locations. So next slide. So we've been around for just a few years. We're funded primarily by the U.S. Office of Naval Research through the U.S. Navy, and we also receive some funding from the National Renewable Energy Lab. And the 4 sectors we're focused on are food. You might recognize Heather's Choice there. That's a company that we invested in early on. She's on a coffee shelf near you, I'm sure, and has gone on to employ a bunch of folks, and she's growing really quickly and is an exciting local business. Next slide. We also invest in companies in water, so 3 companies here in particular. Next slide. Transportation. Next slide. And energy. And you'll notice that the largest portion of our companies are in the energy sector. 60 Hertz is a local firm who they just closed another round, and they are hiring quickly as well, based out of Anchorage, Alaska. That they offer a software that does controls of microgrids, monitors the maintenance and controls of rural microgrids. And so next slide. So Pam is going to do a way better job telling you about our program than I ever could. So if we can test our technical capabilities here and try to play the video.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use...
It was a crazy 24 hours. We brought together a couple dozen startups from the lower 48, from Alaska, from all over the world, and about 30 panelists. So those were power players and decision makers from all over Alaska, including investors from outside, and brought them together for one very compressed, very intensive work session.
So far, it has been really great. Regardless of what happens, I've made contacts that will help me get to the next step.
We were on our last team presenting to the entire panel. In the middle of this team's presentation, one of our panel members throws his hands up in the air and starts talking to the person next to him. And so when we asked him what was going on, he said, "This is exactly what I was looking for."
That's really why we created the program the way we did, to try to get as many exciting, promising companies in front of as many decision makers and asset owners as we could.
We chose our panelists because they're a group of folks who have a bead on opportunities, challenges, projects in Alaska that might be really valuable to our startups. So that includes folks like utilities, municipalities, people that work at the native corporations, really this group of asset owners, folks that have decision authority over projects and over opportunities.
It has taken what can sometimes be a difficult or a long process to do due diligence for an investment and has created a condensed version.
We're trying to get solutions to the most pressing problems of our day into the field. And the way we think that we can do that is by connecting people with solutions to the people with challenges.
Okay, thank you. Work our way back here. Okay, and as I said, it's an 8-month session program that has 4 sessions. Each of those sessions, there's basically an off-ramp for a company. If there's not a good fit for them in Anchorage or Alaska, they can go home. So can the panelists, the kind of folks that are evaluating the companies. If they don't see anything interesting, they go home. By the time we're done, we have some subset of that initial group of companies that is still standing, and they are signing contracts with municipalities, native corporations, utilities, some of those asset owners that we mentioned. Incredibly valuable for the startups, also really incredible for Alaska asset owners as a source of innovation. Next slide. You probably recognize a lot of these folks. Alaska is, seems like it's 5 people big sometimes, but these panelists are really what make our program work. You'll notice that if they have a little logo there on the lower left of the picture, these are folks who are technical experts, so they vet all the technologies before they come into our program to make sure that they are at least theoretically viable. We almost invested in a company one year, but then a researcher pulled me aside and said, actually, they violate the second law of thermodynamics, not a good investment. So thank you, next. And so these are an incredibly valuable group of folks. Next slide. And they come from native corporations, investors, municipality folks, federal, state, entrepreneurs. It's really a mixed bag, and we do that intentionally. Next slide. So our goal is to facilitate $1 billion of projects in Alaska by 2030. Seems crazy, but some of these next slides might convince you otherwise. Next slide. So one recent project that we helped, Agito and Blue Planet are 2 of our companies. There was a PPA for a solar plus storage project in Shugnak. If you talk to folks in these kinds of situations, there's usually 1 bid or maybe 2 bids at the most. This year there were 6 bids on the Shugnak project. 5 of the 6 were our companies, and the winning bidder was Agito and Blue Planet Energy. This is the first solar plus storage power purchase agreement ever done in Alaska, and it was with a AVEC community. So super exciting project if you follow this space. Next slide. Renewable IPP, a wonderful local...
Isaac, what's AVEC? Acronyms are poison to the public process.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
What's AVEC?
Oh, I'm sorry, AVEC is Alaska Village Electric Cooperative. A cooperative, by some standards, the largest utility in the world if you look at the territory they cover. And I think they have 56 communities that they provide utility service to today. Renewable IPP is another example. This is a really exciting local group of former petroleum engineers. I guess they're still petroleum engineers, but now they're running a solar company. They've just hired several folks, and they're developing the first solar utility-scale solar farms in Alaska. And we helped them identify a tax equity investor, and they are off to the races. And you will see some really exciting news about this company in the next few weeks here, I think. Next slide. And then other examples of projects. So Dynamex is working with the municipality of Anchorage to help them implement their climate action plan. They have a software that manages all the different moving parts. Biomass Controls is doing a project with Tech Cominca to treat their waste, their solid waste, and turn it into biochar. And their group called Shorelock has a plant-based solution to basically glue in coastline and keep it from eroding, and they're doing a pilot project on the only privately owned piece of Alaska coastline, the Homer Spit, to see if they can keep the coastline from eroding away. Really exciting company. Next slide. And so then, as all these companies want to come here, and some of them are homegrown, and we are starting to tie them into projects, and so Alaska asset owners are coming forward and saying, this is really exciting, we can work with these companies. So a good example of that is we've signed an innovation partnership with Kotzebue Electric Association to help them get to 100% renewable, or 100% diesel off. And we're working with them to develop, a 2-decade strategy to help them design, build, and finance this project to get the community entirely off diesel to lower the cost of energy. If you look to the next slide, what that really means is those companies that are below the orange bar there are our portfolio companies, and these are some of the brightest minds in the US. These folks come from large communities where they've spent decades analyzing very specific problems, and we're able to bring the CEOs of these companies and interact directly with Kotzebue Electric to help them think about how to get things done in the cheapest, smartest, quickest way possible. So it's a really great way to pair innovation with real asset owners in the state. Next slide. We're also working with the Port of Alaska to make sure that it can stay up if there's ever a power failure on the civilian grid. And so we're helping them think through how do you make the Port of Alaska a microgrid so that if, heaven forbid, we ever had another earthquake, that the Port of Alaska could flip a switch and ensure that it can still get 80% of the state's goods into the port. Next slide. And so on that project, we have 6 companies that are helping us with the scope of that project. Again, incredibly bright minds. The startups are thrilled to help because it shows traction and shows real-world validation. And the port is thrilled because they have access to these bright minds to help them think through some really tricky problems. Next slide. Okay, so that's just a bit of a context. What I really wanted to talk to you about today, though, is a project that we have been working on at Merrill Field since late 2019. And what we found as an organization is even though we're recruiting in food, water, transportation, and energy, we've had a surprising number of companies apply to our program with aviation tech. And we just have noticed this trend. So Signal is a software company based out of the UK that just opened their US headquarters in Anchorage, Alaska, and they want to move their whole team here. I think, Brexit helps, but they really just love it here because of our connection to Asia and the cargo that comes to our airport. They have a software for behavioral changes in commercial airlines, which I can geek out with you about at some point if you want to know more. Parallel Flight Technologies is a heavy lift drone company. Former Tesla engineers and also UAF grads that have can take a 100-pound payload and fly it for multiple hours. Amazing company that is working with us as well. The Launch Company, not one of our portfolio companies, but a close partner that we just recently acquired. Group of former SpaceX folks that are making moon parts down here in Ship Creek. And then Ampere that also just got acquired. They just did a pilot flight between Honolulu and the Big Island, and it's a hybrid electric airplane, the world's first flying hybrid electric airplane, and they are working with us on this project as well. And then Dash Systems, another company that does drops packages instead of landing the plane. They have these guidance systems to deliver things anywhere in Alaska in one day is their big goal. So next slide. And so these companies have come to us and said, hey, do you have any hangar space? Do you have any space where we could, demonstrate our hardware to potential customers, where we could get access to a runway, where we could potentially have a co-working space and have our offices located. And so I reached out to Ralph at Merrill Field and said, hey, is this interesting to you at all? And Ralph said, oh my goodness, is this interesting? Like, we've been thinking about an innovation center at Merrill Field for years. And so we've been slowly but surely pushing this forward. We recently applied to some funding from the EDA to just have some architects and engineers stare at this project and help us think through what a potential design could be. And that was, we have a notice, an intent to award from the EDA to support this project. And what we're envisioning is acquiring and kind of revamping some of the properties there on the southwest corner of Merrill Field, and turning it into a innovation center where our startups live. We have office space, we have training room, we have a classified section because some of the companies are doing DoD research. They also have access to the runway and some preferential scheduling so they can fly stuff, again, all FAA approved. But then we also have some big plans for interfacing with the community there that we're really excited to share with you as it develops. So next slide. There's been a lot of research around why this makes sense for Alaska. The wonderful folks over at the CED at the University of Alaska did a series on this that we use. It shows like Alaska is a flying place. We should be in aviation tech and aviation innovation. Next slide. The quote directly is Alaska's aviation economy and the assets that buttress it help to make air transportation a natural outlet for innovation entrepreneurial energies. I would just take this to a factor of 10. The desire of these companies to be here and to live here and to grow their firms is really astounding. We had a company just last week that was in town looking at houses with his wife and kids, which I don't appreciate because we're also looking for a house, but still, it's a good success story for Alaska. Next slide. Okay. So ways you can help. What we're looking for, one thing in particular, I know it seems like a bit of a red herring, but a lot of this involves allowing independent power producers to foster or to flourish in Anchorage. And one non-financial thing that you could do is to treat independent power producers as utilities for tax purposes. This is common in other states and other municipalities. If you are producing solar, or if you have batteries, or if you have charging infrastructure, those folks should be considered utilities and not have to pay land tax. And if you do that, a bunch of projects that are not in the money right now will be in the money with private capital. It's just a small tweak, but it will make all the difference in the world to getting companies developing some really exciting infrastructure in the city. We would also ask you to support Title 21 classification for solar farms, storage, and charging infrastructure, basically allowing that infrastructure to be built. A lot of this stuff wasn't economic when Title 21 was written, but now it's cost competitive with any other technology out there, and we need to support the Title 21 classification. And then last but not least, that project at Merrill Field is moving along quickly. It has a lot of momentum. But supporting that project with some funding for just a person to coordinate all of the stakeholders. I'm talking about the community council, working with the local elementary school, working with some of the other community leaders, all of our companies, showing a little bit of support from the municipality for this project would be materially important to us, but maybe even more important is that as we're talking to folks at DOE and DOD and other federal agencies, it shows local buy-in. I had a conversation with someone at DOE just a couple of weeks ago. Things are going really well, and then he said, you know, this project looks really exciting. What's your municipality kicking in? What's the governor's office kicking in? And I had zero to respond. And so this amount of money would just show that we want this kind of stuff here, we want these companies here, and we want to grow this sector. Next slide. Encourage you, if you want to learn more, we measure everything. So we have a great impact report you can see on our website, impact.launchalaska.com. You can read all about these projects and more and get into the weeds on some of the numbers we're tracking. Next slide. And like I said before, key support from the Office of Naval Research. We have good base funding for the next several years, and we're in a good position, but we are doing a lot and stretching ourselves, and so your support would be very important. And of course, a key partner from the National Renewable Energy Lab. Next slide. And then excellent partners here locally, some of them in this room, but we are tied through that ONR grant with the Renewable Energy Alaska Project, ACEP, and UAA BEI. We're all funded together. through what's called the Arctic program, and it's some Navy funding to help us all develop this kind of exciting entrepreneurial scene in Anchorage, and then all these other great folks that are key partners of ours as well. So thank you for letting me breeze through those slides.
Great, thanks. I have a few questions for you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to make some illustrations for the membership. A couple of items in particular. We've met and had lots of good conversation about the project, and in fact, he has had an opportunity now to meet with the leadership of the Fairview Community Council and a number of individuals, and there's a very interesting synergy between this Operation Launch Alaska, their theory of operating at Merrill Field, and the neighborhood plan, which has identified and is in a revision process separate from this conversation to create an innovation district within the neighborhood. And so the neighbors have actually been planning for this and asking for this in the context of its overall vision of how to transform the neighborhood. And I want to just kind of put a visual in your mind. So the property on Merrill Field that this is looking at is directly 2 or 3 blocks up from the Fairview Elementary School. And the Fairview Elementary School is a very robust and amazing learning environment for the neighborhood. And it's long been seeking an identity, an opportunity, not just to be named after someone, which is another conversation we'll be having soon, but to have a purpose that's beyond simply educating kids. And I don't know if you all know who Katherine Johnson was, but you may have seen the movie Hidden Figures and heard the story of how you had a suite of African American women who actually did the calculations to get us into space. My vision for this relationship is that the new Katherine Johnson won't be the engineer in the back of the story, but will in fact be one of the humans that take the first step on Mars. That we could in fact empower a neighborhood in our city that's been challenged for generations and turn it into a hub of innovation for aviation, for aerospace, and for big ideas like cleaning up the environment and transforming our energy system and doing a lot of important work. And so I just am hopeful people will look really closely at this proposal. EDA is the Economic Development Administration of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And otherwise, I definitely suggest you read through the materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I appreciate this, and I need a little bit more and explain. So if I go and talk to my community council, and one of them is the neighboring community council across the street from Merrill Field, Airport Heights, and I talk with them about how this fits in our COVID recovery plan, can you tell me a little bit more about that? Is it people coming in for jobs? Is it creation of more jobs here? More investment here? Can you just center it in the COVID recovery for me?
Yeah,
and can you talk close to the microphone so I
sure,
can hear you?
Yeah, and thank you for your service. I'm over on Logan Street in Airport Heights, so thanks for your service. So I understand that we're a little different than some of the other organizations that have presented here. We are very much focused on what we see as a massive wealth creation opportunity for Anchorage and job creation opportunity for Anchorage. This isn't so much, and maybe somewhat surprisingly, the companies that we're working with have continued to grow and do well during the pandemic. And I think that's because they're providing solutions that are in line with this kind of global transition towards more resilient systems, local food systems, local resilient energy systems. And so our portfolio of companies is actually doing good and has a lot of strength to it. And the reason I think this is relevant to the moment is that, you know, there is going to come a time at some point where we think about what kind of future we want to have here in Anchorage. And these companies and the growth that they represent and the private dollars that are following them, it represents a real opportunity for an actual sector here in Anchorage. And I worked for years with small businesses, and I've worked for hundreds of small businesses, and I'm a firm believer that small businesses are the pillar of our local economy. What's different about small businesses from startups is that startups have ambitions to get to really outstanding scale, and they can truly define an economy. They can actually take a trajectory of economy and point it in a new, better direction. And that's why it's such an exciting group to work with, and that's why I'm hoping we can kind of support this project and continue attracting these companies to Anchorage.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I had a couple of things just to follow up. So you said change our tax program. You know, we're just property taxes now. So what precisely is the issue?
Yeah, so if you are a developer trying to get any kind of generation or solar project or battery project or even charging built, these days you're probably going to take advantage of the ITC, the investment tax credit. That's what most of these projects rely on to attract investment. So you're looking for tax equity investors. These deals, when you get inside of them, it ends up being a negotiation with the local utility around tenths of a cent of a penny per kilowatt hour to see if these projects can pencil out. If we do nothing other than allow for the developer to not pay property taxes on the site where the generation is taking place, all of a sudden, instead of having a few projects that are attractive to tax equity investors, we will have a dozen. And I'm saying that from personal knowledge of the inside of these deals. It's a way to allow for a bunch of these projects to get built and to attract more investment to the community.
Okay, can I just a couple more? Okay. Sorry. So Merrifield got like a boatload of money with that first CARES Act thing. It was unbelievable. I mean, don't they have tons of money to help you out?
I would let Ralph talk to that. If anyone else, I actually don't know the status of their budget or how they plan on spending it. Yeah.
Okay. And then broadly on these things, you're here, and this is great. I was vaguely aware of your group and some of these projects, but it's nice to see them tied together. It's really tremendous. And then we had Kai Holland was here, who's been really involved. I imagine you've met him. And the thing, we have this 49 State Angel Fund. We've had it for well over 10 years, and they've not invested all their money. So if there's people out there looking for money to grow and scale and all this business, we have had it, but it's not been used. I mean, so tell me why more is needed when what we have isn't used.
So different kind of money. The kinds of companies we're working with are on an exciting trajectory. The reason they are coming to us is not for our money. It's not for the VC dollars. They oftentimes, we ran a couple of small funds ourselves, and instead of them coming to us and asking for, can you please invest in this round, it's oftentimes us saying, can we please invest in your round, because they have such better offers for that kind of financing from other places. The reason they are coming to Alaska is because we are this world-class deployment ground. And if you are a hybrid electric company, or if you are a company that's doing some kind of, what Dash Systems is doing, being able to say that you have gone through an Alaska winter, that you can survive our extremes, that you can operate in places with low bandwidth and low internet connectivity, using that traction, what we call that proof of concept and that revenue, then they can go raise other rounds, turn into world-class companies. And by the way, in the process, if you look at the GAN numbers, about half of companies that go through accelerators globally end up staying in a community. If we want this, if this kind of high growth companies is attractive to us, this program is a great way to do it. The companies are coming here because of the natural attributes that we have and the ability to prove out their technology. What I would also say is that there are not all VC funds are created equal. There are terms around the kind of money that we offer the companies that the companies may or may not want, and that's a totally different bucket than what we're talking about here, and there's probably a side conversation there. And by the way, I think 49 SCF is doing a fantastic job. I'm not casting aspersion, but there's a lot more detail there that separate kind of money, separate kind of support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And just a clarification, the funds that Ralph received at Merrill Field, they will be acquiring the City Electric building, which has been a long-term concept that they've been working on for years and doing the environmental mitigation and then other major construction projects across the field. And so it was 16 million or 14 and a half, 15 million, and it's generous, but it's also pretty much targeted. And the City Electric building is part of the concept that's in development here. And so it wouldn't be in a bubble. I know of at least 2 individuals in aviation who've moved their properties now into the neighborhood. It's starting to have that magnetic attraction to it that is unique and very interesting and worthy of contemplating. And to Ms. Zalatel's question of, what's the nexus? It really is in a lot of places. Like we funded out of the CARES Act a project for energy efficiency, right? This is the nexus of that. And we're talking about creating resilient grids. These are jobs putting in these resilient grids for solar power. And so it's really jobs, jobs, jobs in the end is what it turns into.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Did I miss it? How much we're looking at that you're asking to?
We asked for 100,000, which is part of a position to coordinate.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, sorry, 100,000, which is part of a position. And the position is just focused on this project in Fairview, someone that would be full-time. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of stakeholders and a lot of meetings. We guess 100 meetings to get this project done. And so just seating that position would be a huge help.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our last presenter for the evening is going to be Mr. Kirk Rose. Welcome. Which of the documents that you sent did you want us to pull up?
The presentation I sent to you, Mr. Chair.
Let's go ahead and so I have the small business support and response, the response framework, and then the kitchen and small business incubator.
I sent you a 4-slide slideshow. I hope you have it.
All right, let's go ahead and pull up one of them and see if it's the right one.
Bingo.
Bingo, okay.
Thank you. Well, I'm a happy man today because I had my first in-barber haircut in over a year, so we're on our way back, right? I'm Kirk Rose. I'm the CEO of Anchorage Community Land Trust. I very much appreciate your time and the invitation to join you this evening. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and emergency declaration, ACLT has made a huge difference in helping businesses citywide survive, adapt, and now increasingly thrive. If you could go to the next slide, please. ACLT works with entrepreneurs and business owners who might be on Main Street but who are not in the mainstream. Moms and pops, neighborhood coffee carts, and staple placemaking businesses across the community. As you all know, unfortunately, we are not out of the woods yet. But I'd like to share my take with you on what we need to do from here to get businesses through the pandemic and set up the future economy of Anchorage. So briefly, by way of introduction, we are a nonprofit bringing out the best in Anchorage neighborhoods. You may have heard of our entrepreneur empowerment model, Set Up Shop, or of Anchorage's urban farm incubator, Grow North Farm. Or you may have attended a small business opening in your community that we helped catalyze. Through programs like those, real estate work, neighborhood asset building, and organizing with neighbors, we make communities stronger. We also empower the future leaders of Anchorage business community, like the 3 women you are seeing on your screen, Missy Sims, Delphine Atutetu, and Inmali Intali, all of whom opened storefronts in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic. Our 9-person team has been watching every dollar and every EO every step of the way. We are technical assistance specialists. Through Set Up Shop, we have helped hundreds of businesses with things like brand and logo, business financials, and real estate build-outs. When the pandemic struck, every business owner overnight became a grant writer. Nights and weekends spent poring over PPP apps or AK Cares. ACLT pivoted to support them and has been with them every step of the way. We know the ins and outs of every program that is rolled out, and there have been hundreds of them. We have committed over 1,500 hours directly one-on-one with clients in COVID response during the pandemic. ACLT staff members work directly with business owners to fill out relief fund applications. This often occurs at our headquarters on a borrowed laptop or at the business owner's location or living room. We assemble paperwork and work through applications step by step towards completion. Often this work leads to advanced or more intensive technical assistance needs. For example, if business owners don't have all their financial ducks in a row, if those receipts that went on a steak in their storefront never came off that steak, which happens quite a bit, we work with them to get that done. If the company's financial presentation, business licensure, or other necessary components of an application aren't in line, they can't receive CARES funds, they can't receive PPP, they can't receive all of the eligible funds that we need to arrive in our communities. This also means that we act as an intermediary, communicating directly with the variety of entities distributing relief funds on behalf of the client. Our best days during the pandemic were hearing from clients about their funded applications. Those texts with a lot of exclamation points and heart emojis, those critical dollars arriving kept me afloat during the pandemic. We've done this work for approaching a year and have catalyzed funds that I believe firmly would not have arrived otherwise. I want to say thank you to all the small business supporters present here tonight that you've heard from in their presentations, John at SBDC, Lori at the Foraker Group, and I want to note that our services are not redundant or duplicative, but complementary. Yet, despite all of our collective work, to this day, many business owners in our neighborhoods and citywide aren't aware of any, let alone all of the relief funds that exist. Outreach remains crucial. Every time that new funds come out, my organization sifts through a significant list of neighborhood businesses to analyze eligibility criteria and then make direct, by phone outreach to business owners. We call an extensive list to make them aware that they might be eligible, sharing with them how they can find the information they need, and letting them know that we can provide technical assistance to help them complete their applications. This commitment to outreach gets new clients in the door and more opportunities for relief dollars to arrive on neighborhood corridors. In addition, we use our social media and text to reach businesses that are mostly not connected to traditional business communication channels. In fact, with the Muni's Innovation Team, or I-Team, we have just heard that our tech support to businesses has won Fast Company Magazine's Idea of the Year. 3,000 business owners, subscribers get immediate real-time information tailored for business owners. To date, 50,000 texts have flown. If you could go to the next slide, please. On the innovation front, we've just launched a new program focused on enhancing businesses' digital collateral and getting businesses up to speed in the digital environment. The map on the left shows the applicants to our Anchorage Online Bootcamp. And don't miss Crow Creek Mine down there out of Girdwood, that orange pin. We've enrolled 15 businesses out of 67 applications, and we're going to support them in confidence building, ownership of their online presence, and opportunities for expanding return on investment with their digital presence. Enrollees in this program have included the Copper Whale Inn downtown, to the Crow Creek Mine, which I pointed out, to the Horn Doctor on Ingra Gamble. This is a crucial program for the future economy of Anchorage and a direct response to the emergency ordinances and getting businesses online for the future economy. I respect this body's understanding the need to continue to invest in business technical assistance. Indeed, I think the timing is really crucial. Technical assistance is an adapt and thrive strategy. Especially with new funds like the Restaurant Revitalization Fund coming online, you need a strike team in place to help every business owner in our city have a shot and help us leverage every available relief dollar in Anchorage. We cannot and should not leave money on the table. Speaking to your framework, our work on COVID response is citywide. Our focus on low-income neighborhoods and communities of color helps us understand the deep needs, and we're aligned with our partners and on top of and informed of the situation. So for our last slide, Your investment in our capacity will have major return on investment. You see a position also directly focusing on downtown in the proposal that I sent, so that downtown has critical expertise as identified by the RVSA presentation you heard earlier. We also work closely with Cook Inlet Lending Center as our lending partner for our microloan portion of our Setup Shop program. You have now made crucial grants available through CILC. With TA as an adapt strategy, we ask, what else can we do to support those businesses that have been funded now with workshops and additional technical assistance? Your investment in our capacity allows us to delve into those close to 1,800 businesses and provide even more service to help them adapt and thrive in this time. And finally, I wanted to put an opportunity for innovation on the table. The idea of a kitchen and small business incubator has been talked about for decades in Anchorage, but it's time for it to land. ACLT has worked in real estate for over 15 years with $15 million in net assets. We worked with a team of MIT's Master in City Planning candidates to study incubator kitchens across our country and understand what a successful business model would look like, particularly in serving diverse and low-income communities. We have the model, the land, and the team to run it. Your investment would make a long-term impact in the city of Anchorage. Food industry incubators make business ownership more attainable for early-stage entrepreneurs and provide jobs and access to greater income and skills building. Over 200 of these kinds of incubators exist across the country, with Alaska just one of 10 states that doesn't have one. The nonprofit model that we offer allows for a mix of earned income from rental and storage fees and corporate foundation support to ensure affordability. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I look forward to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any questions or discussion? Go ahead, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation and for being here today. Can you talk a little bit more about a kitchen incubator? I mean, is it exactly what it sounds like, just used for developing product? Or, thank you.
Absolutely, and through the chair. With our Setup Shop model, we meet so many aspiring food industry entrepreneurs, and they come in every different configuration. Some folks who've just been vending under a tent at a local farmer's market to folks who are ready to launch their 60-seat restaurant. A food incubator space really focuses on those early stage entrepreneurs who are trying to build a better value add product. So really excuse me, the mask is making me stumble a little bit, but cottage food industry entrepreneurs who want to make that salsa, or caterers who have a big catering job over the weekend and need commissary kitchen space that's licensed and permitted and rentable for a set chunk of time so that they can do their thing ad hoc, but they don't need to own their own kitchen space full time. The commissary allows us to line up all sorts of entrepreneurs in one space, bring them all together, and then we all benefit from the kind of synergy and great ideas and good food that comes from that too.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. It's funny. It's very timely. My daughter is experimenting with caramel candies, and she's committed now. She's got a combination, and she's looking for a commercial kitchen to make them in. And it's just very, very hard to find them. You've got to find.
It's extremely hard, and it's a problem shared.
Because there's some out there that do it, but they're all booked up. So it's interesting. So, do you need? Are you talking about building a new building or finding them? Do we have buildings?
I would like to be. I'm proposing building a new building and having the municipality fund a tranche of that new construction. We own a 2-acre parcel in the Mountain View neighborhood that's conducive to the construction of a new building on site. What I would be doing is asking the muni to fund a tranche and then working with the state of Alaska to find additional funding, as well as philanthropic support from the Rasmussen and Murdoch Foundation, as well as organizational cash that we would bring to a deal.
Okay, because so you think you have the operating funds. You can make that work.
We're analyzing the model feasibility, but we're confident with our capacity and with our know-how that we can pull it off and that it can make a big difference long-term for the development of food-based businesses in Anchorage.
Okay, and I'm sorry, so what's the total? There'd be $1 million here, but to build a 10,000 square foot building, how much?
About $3,225,000.
Okay. Okay, so then this other one full-time staff member focused on outreach and TA support for downtown. What is this? Outreach and what is TA?
Technical assistance. And really the impetus behind that idea is the opportunity to partner with the Anchorage Downtown Partnership. There's a huge number of businesses downtown, and especially restaurants, and being sure that they, as we all know, the outreach to all of our different communities has not been enough when it comes to access to these funds. So having a specialist focused on outreach, especially for the restaurant revitalization fund that's coming out, and a committed person to work with ADP to use their immense list of contacts and work through every single one of them. If we don't have this kind of direct outreach in TA, we're not setting business owners up to succeed, and we're leaving federal dollars on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned cottage foods industry. If we were asked to make this investment in a kitchen incubator that was going to support those who look at the cottage foods industry, I would request that ACLT also bring potential policy changes that might assist with cottage foods. Those who may not be familiar, there's a very low amount of income and revenue that can be made by cottage foods. And there's no way you can ever make that your primary job. So it's a request because if we're going to help those businesses get up and off the ground or be successful, I would like them to be as successful as they could be. Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for your comment, Assembly Member. We've looked extensively at the code environment for these upstart businesses, and I actually find it really restrictive and actually really an anti-business type of policy. I'm worried that we actually squash out upstarts because of the costs and the extensiveness of the permitting required for someone to sell cookies under a tent in their community. I do think it warrants review.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other discussion. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. So we're a little bit late, but that's okay. So for the last part of our work session, we're going to do another round of discussion on proposals. Before we start, there's going to be 3 rounds. There's going to be, do members have any new proposals they'd like to introduce? Do you have any details on previous proposals? Any new details? And then any other general discussion. So first, I want to start by talking about a request that was made at the last work session to ask for any operating requests from various economic development organizations. We've actually heard from 2 of them today. The Chamber of Commerce request is basically wrapped in with the RVSA request, and then we've already heard the ACLT request. 2 additional organizations. One is Visit Anchorage. They have a request for $180,000 to fund 3 positions. All of the detail is in the proposals, which you can find in the documents that were emailed to you or on the work session page. Then they also are requesting an additional $350,000 for local business support. The Chugiak Eagle River Chamber of Commerce is requesting $154,000 for bear paw technology needs, buy local programming, digital business information for members. So again, all of the detail in those proposals is in the documents that were emailed to everyone. Okay, so with that, are there any new requests that folks wanted to introduce? Mr. Weddleton?
Odd that I'm first, because I guess my answer is no, not really. I think we're still hearing from people, so the list is growing and sorting through, a lot of good ideas here. I think it has kind of been mostly my focus. I mean, certainly we've heard substantial from Little Bears, and I think we'll be hearing more, and that to get some funds for a catalyst for that are important. And we got an interesting email, and I've had some conversations with some RV places, which is, to me, interesting in many ways, is they have an issue that they don't have enough RVs for the tourists. They're booking trips now. So they're back to normal in their bookings, but they don't have the RVs because they can't bring them up through Canada because Canada is closed solid. And it's that kind of thing that I think, hearing from the public, I don't think any of us would have thought of that on our own, that that's an issue. But if they don't have the RVs, they don't have anything to rent, and we don't get rental taxes for the city. And we saw how much our rental taxes went down. Vehicle rental taxes went down for last year. So, but things like that are coming to us, and I think ultimately it's good to brainstorm here, but with the knowledge that we're all really very early and just throwing things in there, and I think we'll prioritize at some other point.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to brainstorm with the other members as well, and just wanted to add to what Mr. Weddleton said, that concerning Little Bears, we are working with community members and the collaborators on that project and looking at different funding opportunities, as well as working with the administration on identifying a self-funding mechanism similar to what was discussed earlier tonight with how the Downtown Improvement District works, but that matching funding could be important in that project, and we may have a proposal, we will have a proposal coming forward, just not right now.
Thank you. All right, not seeing Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I did submit a slate of 5 items tonight, and in the format that was prescribed. You've heard about the request from Anchorage Downtown Partnership. You've also heard about the request from Anchorage Community Land Trust, 4 Acre Group, and Launch Alaska. So the final one that I have in my list that I'm hoping we'll contemplate is an investment at the Alaska Works Partnership, which would create a couple of positions that would focus, one on recruiting into apprenticeships for potential work projects that are coming forward in this fall at the high schools, to provide on-the-job training and get kids into the workflow of being prepared to fill jobs that are coming, and also to target people of communities that haven't traditionally been selected into labor programs, including ethnic minorities, females, people from unemployed communities, and veterans. And so the proposal is detailed in the packet that I sent out, and I hope people will look at that, because one of the key things we need to be looking at is how to put people into the workforce hopper.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. A new proposal to put on your radar. I'm waiting to get final details, but I've been in contact with the Disability Law Center of Alaska. It is a nonprofit law firm that specifically handles legal issues related to people experiencing disabilities. They've had a significant increase in calls from individuals seeking to maintain work accommodations that were afforded when people worked from home, but now are being rolled back as offices reopen, as well as a lot of complaints about discriminatory employment practices with regards to new job applications. Additionally, students with disabilities had a very challenging year last year, most of them on individual education plans. There's an uptick in calls there as parents are trying to navigate regression, recoupment, and other issues related to lack of in-person instruction. So I'll likely be bringing forward a proposal to assist individuals, or assist disability law centers so they can continue to assist individuals with these, because this is part of that uptick in requests for services for nonprofits, and we need to ensure that we're looking across all sectors of our residents. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. And I also followed with your proposed format, and I can send it out to the rest of the Assembly. I'm not sure if you're going to with the rest of the members.
I think it was already emailed out to everyone.
Was it? Okay, because there were still a couple errors and stuff, but I did mention that I wanted to go ahead and add on to that the, let's see my notes here, sorry, Veterans of Foreign War, the VFW, American Legion, Elks, Eagles, and the Lions. There's 12, I believe, within the municipality. These particular groups are very avid in raising funds for veterans, homelessness, and basically anyone within the community. So I just wanted to make sure that that is brought up. as I didn't bring it up last time, and I appreciate everybody working together and to just do what we need to do to bring our communities together. But I did want to bring up another topic that I think is important, is that the disbursement of the CARES Fund, the CRF, was, I don't want to say unequally dispersed, but it was. And I'm hoping that maybe we could kind of reevaluate, and perhaps the funds that are available, that not only we come together as a group, and so the businesses go throughout the district or the municipality, and homelessness goes throughout the municipality. But I would also like to suggest that individual districts, with certain things that they want specifically in their districts, that the remaining funds are dispersed evenly, so that everybody is taken care of evenly within a district. I believe District 2, mine, was probably the least dispersed as far as receiving funds for the CRF. So if you could look at that or come to me and discuss it, I just want everybody to be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
You know, I've sent out my list as well, and I think it went out with the group of documents earlier. I think I might have actually added a couple more on my own computer, so I'll have to see what's updated, and I'll update that. But I actually have a couple of questions, if that's okay right now, before we kind of go a little bit, well, before I go any further with my list, there's a couple of things that I'd like to have answered, and they don't have to be answered right now, but I would like the administration or whoever is actually good at answering these questions to maybe consider these. So is that okay? Can I ask my questions?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't think we have members of the administration here, but they've been doing a great job of listening to the recordings and answering questions. So go ahead.
Okay, well, that's fine. And one of the things that I noticed was that part of the local relief funds, the item C there, says that we're allowed to use funds for government services to help restore the loss of revenue. So my question is, can we actually use those funds to replace what we know to be municipal lost revenues? And I think the last figure we were given, if I remember correctly, it was either $23 million or it could have been as much as $29 million that we lost from some of the rental tax, gas tax, all those smaller taxes that add up to the total revenues for the municipality. And I was just wondering if we could actually put money towards that lost revenue. And also, the other lost revenue, if you will, would be the loss of state debt reimbursement for school bonds. And I believe that figure is around $39 million. So my question is whether or not any of those losses would actually be available to recoup through the ARP funds. Along with that, then, I had a question. I don't think it ever really got addressed or answered that I'd asked a while back, so this would be another one. And I guess I can go ahead and also email these, but there was a question about whether or not we can give funds to the Anchorage School District without impacting the local contribution formula. And I don't think we really got an answer to that, but I would like to have an answer because I do believe that, if there's anything through this funding, that if it's considered coming through the municipality and we want to help augment something such as the career technology capacity for the school district and help with more kind of workforce development projects through the Anchorage School District, I would want to make sure that we aren't inadvertently impacting their funding formula. So anyway, I will leave, one more question. Can we resurrect the personal property tax rebate idea, or do we just have to have a new process on that? I know we've had a little bit, that's kind of, I think, part of one of the suggestions already is a personal property tax rebate. But the question is just a little more specific as to whether or not we just do that directly or if we should kind of resurrect the ordinance that we passed to be that mechanism. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it.
Great. Thank you. All right, not seeing any other discussion, then we'll go to the next round of questions, which is any new details on previously discussed proposals at prior work sessions. Okay, not seeing any there. Then any other general discussion before we move on to the town hall portion of our evening? Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. I just wanted to give members an update. At the 21st Committee on Housing and Homelessness, we will be hearing from AHD on their proposals for the Emergency Solutions Grants and Community Development Block Grant funding related to their CARES Act funds. So tune in. You'll get a sense of what they're planning to fund with those allocations, so you can see how they fit within the proposals we've been discussing. Thank you.
Great, fantastic. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up a point to Suzanne and to John. I purposely left off Little Bears on my proposals because I knew you guys were going to go ahead with it, just so you know. But I do support it. Okay.
Great, thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have been providing caution to everybody who's come forward to me with a substantial capital request to the tune of millions of dollars for construction of any kind, that these funds are pretty limited, and it's going to be a really heavy lift to contemplate making major capital investments with these dollars from where I sit. Of course, it's a debate among the members to determine what those priorities are. But I've been steering people from bringing those forward because we could fill $100 million, $200 million worth of all of the deferred maintenance and capital improvement needs in the community that we have. And so I just want everyone to have a little bit of kind of cautioned expectations in the conversations going forward about those big projects. Hopefully in the American Jobs Act that's on the agenda, we have money for major capital infrastructure improvements. But in this case, I think it's a hard stretch.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other discussion. Okay, so let's go ahead and
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. I just want to add one thing about the topic of capital projects and that, and I would agree with Mr. Constant that we can't put a ton of large projects on there, but I know kind of in my method, I guess, in terms of looking at all of this, I'm really looking with a much bigger, broader lens of a lot of different things that I think the funding in some category or another could be used for. So what I think has been valuable in the conversations that we're having is that as we get more information about what we can and can't do with these particular funds that are coming directly to us, I think we'll end up with a good list of things that might qualify for other buckets of money. So I would just say that I wouldn't want anybody to not come up with those ideas. I think we're doing a great job of brainstorming. I know my community is coming up with a lot of thoughts. And so I want to be able to keep that list running, and then at some point as we have the information that we need to really help us figure out what the criteria and the regulations and the restrictions are, we'll be able to put those different topics or those different projects into their proper bucket and then even pursue them with the proper authorities. I know I've got a list already that's going to my legislators, and I would just, again, hope that we wouldn't try to squelch the great brainstorming that's going on here, but that we could kind of keep a running list, and at some point we'll be able to get them all in their proper category and move on from there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would really associate myself with those comments, Ms. Kennedy. I completely agree. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, so let's go ahead and get started with our town hall style discussion. So there are 3 ways to participate today. If you signed up in time to participate over the phone, we'll be calling you soon. We have 6 folks on our phone list. Speaking in person, and then comments in the Facebook event page for this event, which is hosted by the Municipal Clerk's Office page. So I'll be following those comments, and we'll read them as part of our discussion. So like I would do during normal audience participation, we'll start with 3 comments on the phone, 3 comments from people in person, and then unlike normal audience participation, I'll do 3 comments from social media and repeat. I'll ask folks to stick to 3 minutes for your initial thoughts or comments, then I'll turn it over to any assembly member or members who would like to respond, and then we can have some back and forth. For folks following online, you should see a link to an online survey to fill out either in the Facebook event page or on the YouTube link. And if you're watching us, you can also, every now and then, a QR code will pop up and you can use your phone, and the survey link will pop up then. All right, so let's start with folks on the phone. First, we have Lou Thies.
Hey, this is Lou. You know what to do. Bye.
Okay, we will try Lou again later. Next, we have Kelly Rink.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Rink. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are at the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to testify, and then I'm going to let my husband say a couple words as well. My name's Kelly Rink. I'm a ER nurse in Anchorage at Providence Hospital. I just want to speak on behalf of child care funding in Girdwood. I wouldn't be able to do the job I do without having a place for my 2 kids to be cared for during the day. I also know that the building that they're in is not up to like adequate standards at the time, especially in the time of COVID, with needing more space and better ventilation and all the stuff that goes along with the pandemic. Anyway, so I'm just totally in support of using the CARES Act funding to create new space for childcare in Girdwood. It's notoriously difficult to find good childcare in this small little town we have. And that's about it. I'm going to hand the phone over to my husband, Henry Munter, who also runs a business here in town.
Hi, my name's Henry Munter. I'm the general manager at Chugach Powder Guides, and thanks for the opportunity to comment. Chugach Powder Guides is a seasonal ski business that attracts guests from around the world to ski in the backcountry here in Alaska. We employ 2 to 30 people depending on the season of the year, mostly Girdwood residents, and significantly impact the winter revenues of numerous other Alaska businesses. As long as I've been at Chugach Powder Guides, staff have struggled to access sufficient child care here in Girdwood. Every year this impacts our ability to retain experienced employees, and every year it impacts how effectively we can deliver our services. COVID has only amplified the problem, and it's been a really tough year on that front. COVID has created shockwaves in the travel industry. The opportunity for economic recovery is there, but we need to pull all the levers to emerge stronger. Little Bears has been a vital resource for my family and my industry, and it needs real investment if it's going to be there for the rebound we're all working so hard toward. These businesses and employees depend on support, reasonable access to child care. Supporting Little Bears in this project will help undo the economic damage from COVID and will be a huge step in supporting Alaskans as we rebuild. Thanks for your support and consideration of applying CARES Act funding to the Little Bears project.
Great. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And last on the phone list, before we go back to in-person, we have Malia Skurloff.
Thank you for calling.
Okay, we will try Amelia again later. Let's go to in person. Welcome. Oh, can you press the... There you go.
Thank you. My name is Bernadette Bradley. I have the Bradley House in South Anchorage, and some of the things I'm going to talk about is just based on my little world. One of the things I wanted to mention that, and I talked to Weddleton a little bit about this, is if the Anchorage Cares grant does the hospitality grants that they did last fall and January, February, I would ask that you consider doing what the restaurant revitalization is doing, is to have the businesses compare their 2019-2020 revenues. It was really disheartening to watch hospitality businesses that have thrived from the pandemic to actually be more profitable since pre-pandemic and still get the grants. As far as employment, I am having trouble finding employees, and a lot of it is because of the uncertainty. The guarantee that there won't be a reduction in customers and a shutdown again, and the variants have me very concerned, and I can't guarantee that won't happen again. December was the worst shutdown of the three. And I would ask with the CARES money that you're getting, that you consider if there is a future shutdown in 2021, that the people that are laid off due to the shutdown be considered for at least 2 weeks to a month of what they made the previous month, so that the interruption or the uncertainty is reduced for people wanting to work in our industry. There are currently 65 restaurants in Anchorage looking for cooks. It's really impossible to find them because they're limited, and there's a real volatility going on with chefs that are getting burnt out because they can't find staff and have to work the extra hours. For example, I put an ad on Indeed for a dishwasher. I got 210 applicants. Only 10 of them were serious about getting a job. The rest of them were on unemployment. Unemployment requires you to look for 2 jobs per week in order to continue to receive it. I went on the state website and found about 500 resumes for cooks and started going through them for Anchorage, and I either got hung up on or they said they weren't interested in working. I don't know where else to look for staff, and I don't know how to get rid of the uncertainty. And, you know, if it's not needed, it could be used for something else, you know, in December, but it's just trying to get that uncertainty to go away. And as, you know, as far as the cottage food industries, there are actively in Anchorage cottage food industries working out of homes. I have employees that deliver for them. I don't know, I don't want to tell on them, but, you know, not working in a commercial kitchen and having the certification on handling food really puts the public at risk. And the other thing I wanted to tell you is there's been a question on why some restaurants are not applying for PPP or the grants or so forth. Over the years, being in the restaurant business, I've lost employees to other restaurants that were paying cash into the table, or it's normally every other week they'll pay cash, which to me is like stealing their Social Security deposits. And I've gone to the Department of Labor and reported these businesses, and they're too small for them to audit. But they can't apply for these items because it puts them at risk for audit if they take the money sometime down in the future. But anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. I do have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Bernie, thank you for being quite honest, because it's sometimes hard. But I wanted to support some of the things that you said. I am fully aware of quite a few restaurants that have been paying individuals under the table and using the CRF funds for things that were not allowed. And it's not off my radar, so that you know. The other thing was the falsifying of unemployment, where individuals are supposed to look for at least 2 jobs, 2 interviews per week. They're not. And I realize, speaking to more than a dozen restaurants, that they can't get workers to come back because they're profiting off of staying at home. So restaurants are having a harder time, or breaking even, but they don't have to come back right now. And restaurants are having a hard time finding workers. The other thing that I'm aware of is rental fraud. I have emails, I'm sure some of the assembly members have too, but I've had one-on-one conversations with landlords that are claiming that renters are fraudulently, they're working, they're able to pay their rents, but they're still applying for it and they're receiving it. So I just want to commend you for coming up here, putting some of your self on the line in regards to that. So I support those. I know it's a fact, and we'll be researching it, I promise.
Yes, and if some of them get the housing relief in addition to unemployment, it's just going to amplify the problem. I'm very worried about summer coming in. I got a patio, and I mean, I'm hiring 3 to 1 because they're not staying, they're just working or not showing up just to get the unemployment. It's very time consuming to find that one person that wants to work. Normally they're from out of state, moving up here, which are really excited about working. But with the rest of it, I'm not sure how to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Irene Quidno. I want to speak to a couple things from the presentations that we heard tonight. There was a presentation about the Downtown Partnership and how much they need the funding, and I'm not against the funding for the Downtown Partnership, but they're not the only ones who need funding. Like Ms. Allard pointed out, just because the businesses in the Downtown Partnership are part of a partnership doesn't make them any more eligible than any other organizations or businesses in Spenard or in Diamond or even a restaurant that's on Old Seward. So I would urge you to not favor downtown just because there's a partnership. Yes, downtown is a big tourist draw, but there are other areas that are also big tourist draws, and I would urge you to consider those. Some of the other comments or presentations I heard, Mrs. Rodriguez, she was talking about some issues that existed since the 80s. So why are we using, or can we even use this fund that's coming for these issues? They're not related to COVID. They're from the 80s, like she said herself, or maybe 90s or the 2000s. So I would urge you to investigate that so that we don't spend CARES Act funds on things that are worth funding, but not necessarily allowed to be funded by this money that's coming. The same with the Launch Alaska. The same with Anchorage Community Land Trust. Those are all good things, but Mr. Vanderberg also said, like climate change and some of the other things that he had listed, those did not originate in CARES Act funding. And so while there are good projects, I'm not sure if we should be spending the money on that. I am a strong believer that the first priority of spending this money is on filling the wait list of the people who did not get paid from the last batch of payments. Whether it be restaurants or rental assistance or the food cards, any left over from before should be taken care of first. That's what we're still recovering. Then we can see what else we might be able to fund, to kind of push into the future. And the last item I have on that regard is, I don't know how we would come up with something to help there are restaurants who did not receive anything because they went out of business before they ever received it, or they received maybe the first time. I know the Bradley House, if I remember correctly, she spent her first amount of money on getting all up to the regulations. Didn't help any with pay and anything like that. And a lot of businesses that went out of business spent all of their personal life savings to keep hanging on as long as possible. I don't know how that would work, but to somehow find a way, to reimburse for some of that, because they basically lost everything. You have had the gentleman who has testified many times here, who is homeless right now because he chose to maintain his business as best as he could. So that is something else to consider. And the last thing I want to say, no more funding for advertising vaccines. Everybody knows the vaccine is out there. The vaccine is a choice. There's, when you need the vaccines to maintain your emergency orders, first it was 65%, then it would be safe, then it was 75% vaccinated, then it would be safe, and it keeps going up and it keeps going up. There's companies in town now who require their employees to get the vaccine or they will be let go. Next thing that will be on the schedule will be a vaccine passport. No more funding for advertising of vaccines. People know where to find it.
Thank
and
you.
We don't
I have
need to
a
spend
question
money.
for you from Ms. Allard.
And Chair, maybe somebody on the Assembly can help me out a little bit on this one. Irene, when we're talking about this particular, it's also recovery funds.
Okay.
So we're trying to stimulate the economy as well.
Okay.
So when we're looking at doing things, like trying to think like Launch Alaska as an example, we're trying to recover the economy. So if some new businesses are popping up or things, we're trying to help move those forward. So we don't know all the legalities. We're going to be waiting on that, but I can assure you that I'll do the right thing and we'll address those. But just for a little bit of clarification, does that make a little bit more sense for you, though?
And I appreciate it, and as I said, they're all good ideas. I'm not against them in general. I just feel like we need to fill the wait list first.
I agree.
Because that's the immediate recovery, and then I don't know if there will be a big chunk left or a small chunk left. Then we can talk about what makes the most sense to do future recovery. Does that make any sense?
And I do believe, and anybody could correct me if I'm wrong, I was talking to Ms. Kennedy about it in reference to, I'll give an example since Bernie's here, the Bradley House. I do believe we can go back and subsidize certain things that she has lost. And I even heard, I might be wrong, Chair, if anybody wants to correct me, that some businesses who have failed could be reimbursed up to certain amounts, even though they won't open back up.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful. I'm as I said, I'm not against the ideas. I think Ms. Kennedy said, there were a lot of good ideas, but maybe there's another pot of funding, that needs to be used for some of the ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was going, you mentioned that we shouldn't spend more on advertising the availability of the vaccine. They did a poll recently, and they found that 19% of the people had not been vaccinated because they did not know they were eligible yet. And so it may seem like everybody should know, but unfortunately, they don't. Thank you.
Well, then let me rephrase that, then it should be a limited amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just one last thing, and on a completely different topic. So last time we met, you were here, and you've been coming to our meetings for a long time, and oftentimes we don't agree. And I will say that at the end of the meeting, I asked the members to help reset up the room for the election, and you dove right in and you helped. And I want to say that right there is exactly what makes Anchorage a great community, is when people who have different views of the world pitch in together and work towards a common cause. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And that's just, I don't know, that's just who I am.
That's how we do it.
Yeah,
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Victoria Shanklin, and I'm the Executive Director of Victims for Justice, a nonprofit that serves victims of all violent crime. We are also a recipient of municipal ad SAVE funds. Thank you to Assemblyman Littleton for your ongoing support of victim services, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak at the end of a very long day. As many of you may have heard, Federal Victims of Crime Act funds, otherwise known as VOCA funds, are being significantly reduced by more than 30% nationwide. This is happening with absolutely no forewarning. And this, for my organization, equates to $124,000 alone. There are multiple factors that have contributed to the diminishing VOCA funds, none of which are because there's a lack of need. In fact, Victims for Justice at this point is serving more Alaskans than ever before. VOCA funds are made up from penalties and fees from offenders, not taxes. And they've been reduced first because on a federal level, they have changed the way the funding was allocated in 2018, which diverted funds to the U.S. Treasury rather than to the VOCA fund itself. Second, they were prosecuting less criminals for white-collar offenses in the last few years, and these provide larger payouts to that fund. And lastly, fewer trials and plea bargains were taking place over the last year as a result of COVID. In the last 3 years prior to 2020, the fund received around $450 to $500 million a year to fund that pot of money. In 2020, it received only $117 million. There are federal actions being taken currently to fix the situation. However, if the proposed legislation passes, it'll still take 2 years to get the funds back to the level that they need to be. These cuts are going to be devastating to victim service agencies nationwide, but I'd like you to understand why they will be particularly devastating to Victims for Justice. We're not like other victim service providers in the state. We specialize in supporting victims affected by violent crime other than domestic violence and sexual assault. This includes homicide, assault, arson, hate crimes, robbery, hit and runs, and other violent offenses. Our numbers in Anchorage for many of these crimes are well above national averages. VOCA funding cuts are detrimental because it is the only form of federal funding that is available to victims of other crime. Most victim service funding on a municipal, state, and federal level are earmarked for domestic violence and sexual assault. Victims of other crime are consistently left out. Victims for Justice does not have the same opportunities to make up this loss anywhere else. This is not intended to minimize the impacts that other victim service agencies will have due to this situation. It's only to demonstrate the unique situation that Victims for Justice is in. Thank you all for your time to speak tonight, and I hope that you can walk away and help us in the short term to help fill this gap, because a reduction of this magnitude will severely limit our ability to support Alaskans and individuals in Anchorage.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. I saw the action alert come through. I have a couple of Anchorage-specific questions, and it may be that you need to follow up via email, or if you have a specific proposal that you would like to put forward via email, that would be really helpful. I'd like to know specifically how, like, kind of some of your statistics around not who you serve in Anchorage, but how many people you serve in Anchorage, as well as any increases or decreases in numbers due to the pandemic that you believe might be pandemic related. What I'm trying to do is contextualize the federal cut into the local issue. I think what you do is, your agency does, is very important. I just want to contextualize it into the Anchorage impact. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally understand that, and I know a lot of what I gave you today was like federal numbers. I can absolutely pull for you accurate numbers for just Anchorage. I can tell you that the majority of the people we serve are in Anchorage, and as I said, right now, Victims for Justice is serving more victims than we ever have in Alaska. When I pulled the numbers last, I think I pulled them a couple months ago, actually specifically for this, and we had already served more than the year prior. I'm sorry I didn't pull those specifically for Anchorage. I should have thought to do that, but I could send with an email.
And I just want to clarify, the municipality, so
Okay,
not
yeah.
just Anchorage, so Chugiak, Eagle River, all the way down in Gerwood. So thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first question is sort of similar to Ms. Zolotel's, and you partially answered it. So it sounds like you provide statewide services, not just in Anchorage. And so I'm wondering, for example, the Iditarod, during the CARES Act, the Iditarod came to us and asked for funding, and we actually partnered with the Mat-Su. We provided part of the funding, and the Mat-Su Borough provided part of the funding from the CARES Act pot. So I'm wondering if you can figure out a way where we could pay a portion, but maybe some other communities that also, or the state, of course, that also receive the services could also pay a portion. So I guess first I would ask, what do you think that breakdown would end up being?
I can tell you that about 80% of the services we provide are in the municipality of Anchorage area. I have spoken, I spoke earlier today at the state House budget meeting, finance meeting, excuse me. And so I'm trying to reach out really to everyone and partner as much as possible. I have less connections in other areas. I've also been speaking to tribal entities have some VOCA funding too, and trying to understand if they're going to experience a cut or what that's going to look like. So I really am kind of just reaching out to everybody at this point. And like I said, this happened with really no forewarning. We found out late last week, like I think Friday.
So, well, thank you for that. And if it's 80%, and it sounds like your employees are here too, then it makes sense that perhaps a good chunk could come from the municipality. My other question is, so you said $124,000 reduction, but it also sounded like there were going to be some actions taken at the federal level to fix this. And so I guess my question is, are you saying is $124,000 your ask, or is it, so you take that, you prorate it, or you divide it up into a number of months, and tell us how many months do we need to float you for, basically?
So that's $124,000 is just for this year for our organization, and that is the small portion. Basically, we get funding sources from multiple entities, VOCA funds themselves. That would be the portion that will be missing, and we do not anticipate recovery for more than 2 years. And again, that's because those national funds that had this pot have been reduced over the years, and they're not distributing that money the same. They've actually put a cap on how much they will distribute. And so, again, this is not just us that's being impacted. There are domestic violence and sexual assault agencies all over the nation that are being impacted, but for us as Victims for Justice, again, even our AdSafe funds, the way you guys have it written, you don't include other victims of violent crime in it. So consistently, things are written in a way that excludes us from even going for funding in other areas.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I think our alcohol tax funds are similar, because what they were for was for domestic violence and child abuse, and it doesn't hit these other kinds of crimes. And as I've gotten to know Victims for Justice, it's so important for these survivors of these crimes. So it's really powerful what you do. I think two questions. One is, what is your total budget?
We are about 500,000, so we are one of the smaller victim service agencies again in the state.
Okay, and then we have something on our agenda on Tuesday. I think it's $55,000 for you.
Yeah,
and what is that for?
So those are the AdSafe funds that, as I said, we are a recipient of. And I have a separate agreement. I've been with the health department each year. I've gone to them and asked that other crimes be included in that. But I've noticed even in that language that's being put forth now, it's not included the way that you guys have it written. It's again still only domestic violence and sexual assault. So every year it's a struggle to get it rewritten, and every year I have to go and make sure that it's all right that we cover other types of crime.
Okay, so then this is a pretty significant percent of your budget too, so.
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So one of the major significant changes in 2020, as we all know, was the pandemic. And I've heard a lot of playing down to domestic violence and sexual assaults and abuses. In your belief as an expert in this, did COVID-19 increase, because you said it's been an incredible increase, did this contribute to the increase in the victims?
I think that there's a lot of unreported crime that's happening, and that's the hardest part to identify. And then for Victims for Justice, where we're seeing the huge increase in need for services, is the court delays. We have homicides that are out 4 and 5 years. These are victims that are getting strung along in the process, that there's multiple hearings. It's consistent. So even though, like, maybe there's even a drop in the number of crimes being reported, so maybe we don't hear about them from law enforcement or something, on the legal side, from the court side, there's just so much more need from people to understand what's going on, when they can expect something to happen. And we still have been attending, doing court accompaniment over the phone. And there are kind of interesting things that have come out of that, you know. But yeah, the court delays are huge for us, and definitely a part that has raised the amount of services we need to provide.
Chair, can I just, I'm curious. I've only been on the Assembly a year, and you said year after year the language is not what you would need it to be. You mentioned sexual assault, and then I believe you said domestic violence. What is the language missing?
Any other like forms of violent crime is what I would suggest. Or I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry. I could bring what we've had amended, and I've never spoken here about that. I've spoken directly with the health department. From what I understand, there was the prior executive director many years ago was Susan Sullivan, and I understand she had spoken and tried to get this included as well. It was just something that I noticed when I came on 3 years ago as well, and so I've continued to try to advocate for. But I mean, I would say we're not trying to recover property or anything else. These are violent crimes, and as you know, as I've stated, there's a number of them.
Could you send us what you would want added? Because it sounds like it's literally a few words.
Absolutely.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I think what would be great at some point is at the Health Policy Committee to have you in and tell us what you do, because I've heard lots about need, but I don't quite understand what you do, and I don't need that now. This isn't the time or place, but I think it would be wise, and then that might be a good venue to talk about what policy changes might be needed to address your specific change. And I just, to John, your point that the alcohol tax money is a solid fit for this conversation, I think that we should also enter into the conversation that there is a separate fund to the state for mental health first responders through the rescue plan. That is a substantial chunk of money, and I believe we're the only entity within the state that has a program now. And so what that means is if we could qualify for those funds, all of the money that we have appropriated from the alcohol tax for the purposes of the mental health first response could be offset and then utilized for other needs. And so I think you're right to look to that funding source as a more flexible and available and present funding source. And so I think if anyone from the administration is listening, I know that Ms. Zalatel and I have been discussing this other funding, but we have to keep our eyes on all of these various moving pools of funds, because that would provide a substantial relief on the alcohol tax funding as we've appropriated.
Thank you. Thanks so much. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch back to the phones. We're going to start with Lucy Swigman.
Hey, it's Lucy.
Next, we're going to go to Liam Connor.
Remember, you must now dial.
It's Friday night and people are being sensible.
They got on the list. Hi, Mr. Connor. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello.
Hi. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi. Hello, my name is Liam Connor. I recently retired from the Army after 21 years, and now I am a small business owner of Glacier City Barbecue, a food truck in Girdwood offering Southern barbecue to tourists and catering to the local community. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on the importance of supporting Little Bears Playhouse and acquiring funding for a larger and a safe building in our community to improve child care at the Girdwood Valley. My wife works as a nurse practitioner and has worked throughout the pandemic in a busy inpatient practice. She's been a high-risk contact COVID. Therefore, I took more responsibility in our home. We currently have an 8-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl. I made the difficult decision last fall to delay opening my food truck in order to adequately care for our children amidst the pandemic. Not only was my day-to-day business opportunities basically gone, but I was also forced to turn down catering events for tourists traveling to our community due to child care. As we all know, Girdwood is a resort community, a tourist destination throughout the year. Girdwood is busiest in the summer with high tourism traffic. Currently, there are no full-time child care options for summer in our community. Additionally, there are no after-school programs. This often leaves families scrambling for child care options to be able to work as many of the businesses supporting tourism during the summer and busier times, mine included. Without adequate full-time child care, after-school care, and summer programs, it is difficult for myself and small business owners to take care of our children. Currently, when I'm able to work and cook, it is still very difficult. Without after-school care, it is difficult for me to do the necessary shopping for my business and still being back in Girdwood by 3 p.m., even on days when I'm not working and just preparing. In the meantime, I will continue to take care of our children, and my wife will remain our primary source of income until our food truck is fully operational. Bottom line, without adequate child care resources in the community, parents have a difficult time working. Allotting a proportion of this funding for a larger and safe building for Little Bears Playhouse will allow for opportunities to increase our child care opportunities in this community. This simple decision will allow parents to go back to work and support the tourism industry in Girdwood and throughout Alaska. That concludes my statement. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Crystal Hoke, and then we'll go back to in person.
Hi, this is Crystal.
Hi, Ms. Hoke. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Crystal Hoke. I'm involved with several community organizations, but tonight I would like to speak on behalf of myself as a resident of Girdwood and a citizen of Anchorage. Let me first say that I strongly support Little Bears Playhouse and their efforts of getting financing to solve our child care space issue. You already have heard my testimony as a mother in Girdwood, so tonight I'd like to hit on points like what Girdwood does for Anchorage and why this project should be deeply considered for funding allocations. Girdwood is a destination location to many tourists coming to Alaska. It has prized trails and recreational assets. It is a draw to why someone may choose Anchorage rather than a different metropolitan city. Anchorage benefits financially by selling wetland credits and collecting property taxes. For example, Girdwood sends nearly $8 million to Anchorage between taxes collected for Anchorage School District, area-wide property tax, and retail tax. By contrast, the cost to operate Girdwood K through 8, Girdwood's only school, is less than $2 million. The 7.8 is completely separate and in addition to the 3.2 million collected to fund Girdwood Valley Service Area, which funds Girdwood Fire and Rescue, Police, Parks and Rec, and street maintenance. Another example would be if Girdwood were to be able to retain its own bed tax, just the bed tax, we would be able to fund this project entirely in as little as 3 to 4 years. Girdwood Volunteer Fire Department also services 40 miles of dangerous highway within the municipal boundary. A huge percentage of Girdwood's population are service workers. The importance of early child care development has been highlighted in countless studies. There is a massive push to expand pre-K. This is a chance to do just that in a targeted environment that is desperately needed. I feel as though so many avenues to fund a new child care building have come and gone, and we're still here, even 10 years later, asking for help. Our children cannot continue to be in a facility that is on the verge of being condemned. This project hits on economic and tourism recovery, nonprofits being called out as a key solution. Assembly identified child care as a pillar in many hours of conversation and work sessions. Child care supports the workforce. No one can go to various workforce training initiatives if they don't have a place for their child to be. With increased capacity through this project, it is our hope to add jobs in our community, indirectly support all other industries and their employees, as well as have additional revenue streams to allow the nonprofit to be more financially self-sufficient. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to in-person. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Leva. I've been here 47 years. I'd like to request 2 extra minutes and play with a same deck of cards. I've heard a lot of nonprofits, little people, but I represent a huge population, a big family. I employ a lot of people, and I think the information I have warrants 2 extra minutes. Through the chair, I'd like to have that request fulfilled as a point of personal privilege.
Just continue, Mr. Oliva.
Can you reset the clock, Felix?
I will reset it, but please continue.
With that, I'm here tonight to tell you that I'm in a pickle. No one wants to get out of the location I was at more than me. I'm not going to go to hell. That would be a blessing than what I've been put through by decisions of this body and others as far as being next to a homeless shelter. But economically, emotionally, family-wise, it's drained me to the point of coming before you and almost begging to help me get out of this pickle. I have an offer to purchase, but I got stuck with a chlorine conviction, and my appeal was denied. And they got me for 75 gallons of calcium hypochlorite. That's $8,000 worth of chlorine when you can buy a canister of Comet cleanser for $1. It's called sanitizing bleach. And now calcium hypochlorite is approved by the EPA. You know what to clean? Homeless shelters. That conviction was a scam. I would like your support in forgiving the restitution because it was unnecessary to send that out of state. And I also like support for a pardon. But the worst thing is the restitution was $9,700. I'm short of cash. When you run on a negative cash flow of 10 to 15,000 and you fight these lawsuits, you can spend $300,000. But justice is measured out in dollars. And when you run out of them, then the injustices occur. So I'm in a pickle. I need some money to get out. This is the foreclosure list, never this thick since the banks went under. I asked for forgiveness for the late payment and the penalty. This body cost me in court. I had a letter of intent to cover $1.8 million. The judgment was only $200,000 for cutting down 2 trees on my easement, a dead spruce tree and a Mayday tree, an invasive species that was split down the middle. And because I'm a chemical terrorist, a real estate tycoon, a wealthy businessman, and the best one is a former politician who's never held office, that jury convicted me, and they awarded for 2 trees $120,000. On my appeals, it's gone to $400,000, which are judgments against the closure. So I can't close until I get that lifted. And that was caused by homelessness, it was caused by the homeless coordinator, and it was caused by the head of the Heritage Land Bank. And I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have, but I want to be treated the same.
I have
Hi,
a
Mr.
question
Oliva.
for you.
$300,000.
Yeah. Mr. Oliva, I have a question for
Hi,
you.
Mr. Oliva, over on your right-hand side. Hi. Just bottom line it for us. What's your total ask?
My total ask is to get me off the lot $300,000 to $500,000, and I'm willing to donate probably $300,000 in inventory to Habitat for Humanity, where I have to do 40 hours of community service by selection.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Are you sure there's not any other questions?
Chair, I have one.
Sure, you weren't in the queue, but go ahead, Ms.
I know,
Allard.
I couldn't push the button. Mr. Oliva, you want to go back over there?
Yes,
Do you
Ms.
have
Allard.
anything to add?
Do I have anything to add?
Mr. Oliva,
Yes.
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Just to
Listen,
add so I can fully
Anchorage
understand.
Christian Health, they're not even going to build that road. They got a 2-year under market lease back. They bought another building. They're going to get paid to move and renovate the building. Beans Cafe was bought out before me, along with the Golden Lion, and you had a $50,000 study done on my property. You delayed this purchase 3 years, and I ran out of money. I talked to a bankruptcy attorney, and I said, hey, I'm short of cash, and those loans come in really slow, and you got to produce good credit, which I don't have. So I got to sell out. You got to give me a bridge loan or a grant. I'll be out of this in 24 months.
Great.
But I'm short now.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva.
Thank you.
Caused by
Thank you,
these
Chair.
decisions. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. Also Alaska resident for over 43 years. Now, where do I begin? Well, 2 weeks ago, there was the same type of meeting you had, and I addressed your group respectfully that what you're having this meeting for is you're about to receive over $100 million from the feds, another part of dealing with COVID. And that I said that before you deal with this future spending, you need to review how it worked before. Up to this moment, I haven't seen that. What I have seen is, I attend a lot of meetings, and particularly on this program that you have addressed in different places in here. What I have seen is at the work sessions, you invited certain people and didn't invite others. You decided who was going to be here for those work sessions. They had an advantage, and I add this word, an unfair advantage, to lay their case to you regarding funds, regarding to the future funds that you're going to distribute. That's not fair. That's not the way to go. And that's not giving the public comfortability in how you're handling already the next chapter dealing with COVID spending. Now, I also like to say is this, you know, I've heard a lot of discussions regarding the concerns of what's going on. But what has not been said at all by anywhere out here is what are our advantages? We need to look at not just where we are as what we need to do, but we first need as an Alaskan, as a state, as a country, what do we have already that makes it more comfortable and easier to get to the next stage? That's what businesses do. That's what logic people would do. But that's not what's happened. It's been more of the same of people coming in this room invited by you for work sessions and giving their proposals. But I didn't hear anything from them or anybody else as to what do we have to gain. And one element I'd like to say to an assembly member, I think you would appreciate it, Alaska has advantage, particularly Anchorage and Fairbanks, is the military. That's a financial asset. We keep on forgetting that. With COVID and without COVID, that continues to be a growing financial asset. And even though the base is in Anchorage, it has a financial asset to the valley because the military lives in the valley as well as Anchorage when they come here on those bases. But we forget them, and we need to not forget that asset, but that's just an example of that. As far as closing, because of the limited amount of time, I'd like to remind you, have an emergency declaration extension. Next week, you did as an addendum for this, for the agenda for Friday, for Fridays, corporation for Tuesday. That's totally outlined. You knew when the cutoff date was.
Thank you. I have a question for you.
Finish this?
Your time is up, but I do have a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Eugene, do you live here in Anchorage?
First of all, what relevance do you ask anyone that question? What relevance does that have?
You don't have to answer it.
I keep on saying, excuse me, I'm going to answer that question. When do you ever ask that question? But I have been single-handedly generally saying, my name is Eugene Carl Haberman. But think about everyone in this room, you do not ask that question. Is that prejudice?
It.
That is. But I live in the valley.
Okay.
All right.
And you know the answer way before you even asked it.
Okay. So
but you showed your prejudice.
Mr. Haberman.
So it's okay. It's okay, Chair.
Well,
I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
I
have a
appreciate
question.
that you're okay, but it is not appropriate, Mr. Haberman, for you to interrupt. So we can have some back and
She
forth.
asked me to ask me a question. I responded.
Mr. Haberman, we can have some back and forth, but you should not be interrupting, okay?
Eugene, I talk to you on a regular basis. We communicate. I know where you're coming from. You know where I'm coming from. But I'm gonna stand up for this body right now. And I'm going to tell you that when you're saying we're inviting certain people and stuff, we're reaching out to community members that we believe can make a difference. But I also want to just be really honest with you too. They're reaching out to us and they're asking if they can come in and testify. And we're allowing that to happen because it's their right to do so. So it's not just us being biased in any fashion. Community members are asking if they could come forward to explain to us why they feel and believe that they are able to get funds and would like to receive funds to further their businesses and their situations. If you can respond to me.
Can I respond? Thank you. First of all, I believe an example here, respectfully, you have not heard my words. What I was talking about in reference work sessions where you specifically invite certain people. I'm not talking about the town hall section which you and anyone can come up here and have so-called 3 minutes. I'm talking about those special invitee people in the work session which dominated a scenario where they have an edge, where the other people that come in are limited to 3 minutes, whether they live in the valley or anywhere else. They don't have that advantage, and they have more of a topic to give the case, and you're more likely are going to direct funds to those parties, whereas you need to have a balanced situation, whoever is going before you, and that's not the case. And I want to stress this last thing. Appreciate this. Let's close this. What concerns me is, like I said earlier, you need to examine how you spent the money before. But what I was hearing in closing is another example of cases, and I'm not talking about the people who came on the town hall portion. That needs to be the focal where you need to go. I'm talking about the cases that these people have been coming up, that many of them, unknown exactly to me how much money they've already gotten, who have been handling applications and so forth and given to others. They have been defensive and saying, give me more, and you have not examined the case of whether they'd even handled the money from before. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? All right, let's go ahead and try 3 folks that we missed on the phone again, see if they answer this time, and then that'll be the end. So let's go ahead and try Mr. Thies first.
Hey, this is Larry. You know what to do.
Okay, then let's try Ms. Skurloff.
Hello, this is Malia.
Hi, Ms. Gerloff. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi. Yes, I just want to, I don't know how I should start. My name is Malia Skurloff. I live in Girdwood. I utilize, my son uses the daycare facility, Little Bears Playhouse, and just want to make my voice be heard that it's needed to, they need a new facility. My son was there when the earthquake had occurred, and that was definitely something that impacted the space, and brought more points to it needing to be in a new location. I'm a self-employed small business owner, and my husband is an essential employee. Not being able to have my son in there during times that COVID impacted it was huge. I'm not sure where else I need to go with this. We definitely need a bigger facility than what is offered in the current space. It's not really ideal for the current mandates with, implementing all the things needed to maintain a safe and sanitary environment. I support moving forward in pursuing a new building and utilizing the space that has been proposed. And I think that's all I have for you. Do you have any?
I do have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Sure.
Hi, Malia. It's Jamie Allard. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So you know what? I wanted to say I've been in your business, and I know how you juggle things, and I know that when Liam's there, it gets a little crazy, and I know how much you guys need the facility down there. And I support that, and we're working on figuring things out. So we'll be there for you guys down in Girdwood.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank
Malia.
you for your input, Jamie. Yeah,
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, last on our phone list, we have Ms. Swigman.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Swigman. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. So my name's Lucy Swigman. I have 2 kids that either have or are in Little Bears since, 2013, and then I currently have a kiddo there now. So I'm a full-time nurse in Anchorage. I work at Providence, and my husband works at Alyeska here locally in Girdwood. We both work full-time. Without Little Bears, there's no way we'd be able to live in Girdwood and maintain full-time employment. There's absolutely no way. And the structure that Little Bears is operating in is just, it hasn't been sufficient for the past couple of years, really. The building is just totally deteriorating, and basically now with COVID, there's just no way to accommodate an adequate number of children in our community and be able to comply with, social distancing and adequate hand washing and all that. So they've had to really reduce their numbers, and it's just not sufficient. So we're really, I guess, in the past years, we've done a lot of fundraising to try and get a new building and to accommodate for more kids, and then with COVID, I mean, everybody's taken a hit, but basically we just can't do enough. So we're really hoping to get some extra funding, or any funding really, or help to help with the Little Bears facility and program, so that parents can continue to work in our community and contribute. So that's what I have.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yep. You're welcome. Thanks.
All right, that concludes our town hall portion of the evening. Any closing thoughts from members before we wrap up? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Haberman had suggested that we as a body or a member of the body had put something on the addendum in relationship to the orders, and I would just like to make sure the record's clear that we did not do that. Nobody on this body did that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other closing thoughts from members? All right, so thanks again to all of the presenters. You provided invaluable information for us, clerk staff, assembly aides, volunteers, and members of the public for participating today. Like I said at the beginning of today's meeting, this will be our last work session for a while, relative term. As soon as we have the information, an initial allocation will be before the body, and I appreciate everyone's patience. As members know, I had a special meeting planned last week to get that ball rolling, but it looks like we will have to wait a little longer than expected. For members of the public, please continue to fill out the online feedback form, which can be found on the Assembly website on our home page. Thanks, everyone, and have a great weekend. With that, we are adjourned.